sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about eating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done on some.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
Europe, Africa, and North America. All three of those regions have already decided which teams will be moving on over to their regional PMNC, but only one region remains, and we're ready here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. My name is Maxman, and today I'm going to be joined with Imperium to bring you the action you all know and love. Imperium, that's a great shirt today, way better than yesterday. How's it going?
Wow, Jesus, the shade.
right
off
away.
the bat, man. I shouldn't even be surprised at this stage of the game and with how long I've known you. I'm good. I've got a fresh shirt on and I'm ready for some fresh games, some fresh teams, and, you know, similar to what we talked about with the European region and I'm sure what we've seen throughout the other regions.
Yeah.
The big tests for new teams coming into competitive PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, because as always, when we go into these Snapdragon Pro Series tournaments, right, depending on the region, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players will be participating in their very first official PUBG Mobile Esports event. So, very important thing to keep in mind. Important thing to also keep in mind, Imperium, is that all of this tournament is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, which if taking dubs and big Ws is something that you enjoy, Snapdragon Elite Gaming has got your back. And thanks to them, all of this tournament, all of the Snapdragon Elite Snapdragon Pro Series, a lot of Snapdragons, too many Snapdragon, but you know what, there's never too much Snapdragon, is here to back you up. But Imperium, like I said, when we're looking at the European tournament, right, we had low expectations and we've been impressed. We're not going to get surprised this time. We know exactly what we're working with this time.
Technically, you're right. I'm still going to have low expectations because I'd rather, within reason, expect the worst and hope for the best, if that makes sense. And it means I won't be disappointed, right?
Technically speaking, your logic is flawless, Imperium. That's all I can tell you right now. So you'll definitely not be disappointed. But you know what? I absolutely love how this format has been going so far for this tournament. And when we look at the one region that's still left to go for Middle East, it was 256 teams, Imperium, in the in-app qualifiers. And now we're up with the cream of the crop. It's our top 6 best teams of Middle East and trying to fight for one of those 3 positions for the PMNC.
So definitely a little bit more challenging for all of these 16 teams compared to the EU region that we just commentated, right? Whereas back then there was technically 6 slots available. There's only 3, so you have to be one of the top 3 teams. And I'll definitely get in more about what is going to be required, what we're going to be looking at in terms of average points per games. But this format, it's been challenging, it's been hard work, it's been grueling, but at the end of the day, if you want to be one of the best teams in PUBG Mobile, you have to put in the work, you have to put in the grind.
Hey, look, at least I won't have to do any mental gymnastics like we had to do yesterday. Imperium, like, oh, wait, but which the team in Turkey? They're in, like, 5th position, but also in 7th. And well, no. You have to be in top 3 on the podium if you do want to make it to the next stage. But just in case maybe this is your first time that you are checking out PUBG Mobile Esports, you don't know how the things work, well, welcome to the club. It's good having you. And this is how the point system are going to go. And if you do take that highly contested chicken dinner Imperium, it's going to be 15 juicy points coming your way. And that's definitely what we hope a lot of these teams are going to be aiming for.
Closing out games is always a requirement when we look at the best
Scream Squad.
Yes, there's been and it's a very good example. They very nearly didn't make it because, and a big part of that because they couldn't close out that chicken dinner winner game. We know that elimination points are a big aspect, right? Because for elimination points, a squad wipe is the same as kind of like similar to 7th or 6th, right? Actually, no, it's the same as 6th. So that definitely is a big help. However, when you're looking at the top 3 and you want to be those top 3 teams, yeah, get the chicken dinner, get the 15 points, and roll with it.
Yeah, exactly. That one elimination, of course, equal 1 point. That's going to be maybe what's going to be setting some teams apart. So we're intrigued to see what is going to be actually most important for some of these squads entering in the first day of play. Though we're going to be looking at which teams actually did make it out of the top 16 teams here into the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region. And right off the bat, this is going to be some of our top teams here. And already, one thing that you noticed, Imperium, there was a trend for a lot of these teams in the MENA region. They really like putting numbers in their names.
Yeah, they do. There are certain numbers in the Arabic language that do have different pronunciations, but indeed, numbers seem to be the name of the game. And hey, look, if they have numbers in their team name, hopefully that will translate to numbers secured in these games, right?
Yeah.
So we have a couple of different countries obviously being represented, going from Iraq to Egypt to KSA to Kuwait to Syria, obviously Syrian Pride as we move on to the second page. And again, a little bit similar to EU, Max. There's a lot of teams and a lot of players that personally we are not familiar with, and it allows the players to really show us what they've got, prove not only to us but to themselves that they can get through this challenge, that they compete with the teams around them and make it into top 3. I'm very, very excited.
To elevate the morale of these players and teams, okay? Even Nova Esports, the back-to-back world champions, were randoms at some point in their career, right?
It's true.
It's true. They all started somewhere, and this is where potentially the career of some of these players will begin, and they will then ascend to PMPL, and they will begin potentially even ascending into PMGC. You never know. It's a long course, and PUBG Mobile Esports, we know Imperium is here to stay for the long term. We'll have to see. Of course, what are these teams fighting for? We talked about the 3 slots into PMNC. They're also fighting for a share of the prize pool, $50,000 total throughout all of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. And their first place will be taking home $8,000. You don't want to have that last game Imperium where you don't know if you're going to be first or second, because that $4,000 drop off, that's got to hurt.
Take a Screen Squad as an example, right? They were second
Always
coming into the final
Poor guys.
game. They dropped down to third. They lost themselves $1,000 just from that one game. So yeah, it's going to play a big part. Is it going to be in the front of the mind of the players in the game? No, it isn't, and it honestly shouldn't be, right? If you're thinking about money while you're playing the game, then your head isn't in the right space. But when we talk about the overarching storyline and what is definitely a big incentive, the money is there, and 8,000 for first place, they'll take it.
Yeah, and we keep making this point, right, which is a lot of these tournaments like PMPL is $150,000 for the entire event, but it's like 18 days of shows. Some shows are like 21 day long, actually, if you keep in mind for like Turkey and North America. Here in single 2 days of play, $50,000 are on the tables for these teams to take. And even if you're last, you still got $1,000 minimum, which is great to see. But you want to try and get the extra $100 by just getting a few placement points. So you still have to fight until the very last game, and you never know, you might be able to significantly increase that prize money you're able to take home at the end of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region. Though, Imperium, right now we're looking at some of the teams. You know, we speculated a little bit what might be happening with some of these squads, some of these players. And one team that has, you know, struck a little bit of a chord for us right now, I would have to say, is in fact 46 Salute. Not only because of the experience of the team in recent past, but also one of their players, which is Hazem, that this guy has a lot of experience to back him up.
He does, and that can certainly help the team push forward and get through the challenges from game to game, because when you're looking at circle shifts and how unpredictable they can be, when you're looking at awareness that's required to succeed, having an experienced player such as Sam in the roster will allow the mentality to be at the right place, will allow him to help compose a successful result. Whether that's going to transfer in a lobby that might not be as easy to read because of maybe the lack of full-on competitiveness of them. At the end of the day, him himself does come with a lot of experience. You can see the whole roster on board. It is going to require the whole team to step up, right, Max?
Yeah.
So yeah, we highlight Hazam, but Mad, Mason, Mohammed's, Arthur, all of them are going to have to play their part.
Yeah, they're going to have to play their part in due fashion, and hopefully they'll be able to get themselves some good results. Because talking about good results right there, the recent tournament Imperium, the side of 46 Loot, it was called the Venomy League, which is a very intriguing name, by the way. I really like it. Where you might be looking at this tournament and be thinking, oh, it's just a random tournament. They're able to get themselves some good results. They got first place. Like, okay, no biggie. Well, yes, biggie. A reason why you had some actually pretty big names in that tournament, right, Imperium? If you're looking at especially one composition that really struck a chord for me in that event, that was Triple Esports. You had big players like Geith and YWZ3 that were participating in that tournament, and those are players that usually are in PMPL. Like, these are guys that are not messing around, and the fact that they were able to win against a team like that, I find is very impressive.
It is, and hopefully that will have given them a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum coming into this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what, Imperium? I do hear that we're going to be having an interview coming up right now. Is one of the players actually of Loot, and is going to be Hazem that's going to be joining us for the very first time. Hey, Hazem, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Love that back. You actually got a great background there, Hazem. I'm a little bit jealous. I'm not going to lie. But I do want to ask you, Hazem, how are you and the team feeling before going into the Snapdragon Pro Series today?
It's gonna be like challenges. Like I can say everything is good. The team is very good. I will not underestimate them. But we are ready. I think we are ready. And the team is really awesome.
Yeah. Seems like we have a little bit of connection issue, but we'll work with it. Yeah.
What kind of preparation did the team do specifically coming into these finals? Were you able to watch VODs of other teams, or was it just solely focusing on yourselves and how confident you were feeling?
Of course, we are watching like the team's rotation and all of this stuff. But we are focusing ourselves much more. We are playing maybe 16 match per day, even tournaments.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's an impressive amount. So you guys definitely must be fairly ready for this tournament coming up. But I do want to ask, Hazem, was one of your past tournaments you guys participated in? There was actually the Venomy League where you guys actually won. You got first place. I wanted to ask, how did that entire process go for you? Because you won against some pretty good teams in that tournament, and I feel like after that you must be on a high coming into this event.
Yes, of course, we are going after it, but we won like maybe 100 points difference between us and the second place. So we were very good in this event, this tournament.
Go for it, Imperium. You have a question?
I just look. I just want to ask straight out: will 46 Loot win the Snapdragon Pro Series MENA region?
It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell, but we are gonna do our best for sure.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Hey, that's all we're asking for. Thanks so much, Hazem. I do want to give you a chance maybe to talk to your fans and the fans of 46 Loot out there that will be supporting you in the Snapdragon Pro Series. The floor is yours.
I hope you guys support us and live stream. We will we're gonna be happy with every comment you put for us. We will watch everything and support us.
Let's go. Thank you very much, Hazem, for the interview. Appreciate you taking the time, and best of luck going into your games.
Thank you.
Perfect. There you go. Well, if you were able to decipher a little bit, it seemed like there's some confidence, but they're not overly confident, which I like. That's like kind of the sweet zone you want to be in, Imperium. But we said it. They got recent success. They're coming here for the first place once again.
I was hoping he would have said straight out, we're gonna win. I understand that.
It's a tricky question. You can't ask him that.
It's a tricky question. However, the simple answer of yes, we're going to win, to me, shows a higher level of belief. Yes, the answer he gave arguably is more realistic, but you got to bet on yourself, right? And giving a hard yes to me would have been them betting on themselves more heavily.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to also join the conversation online and tell us if you think that Hazem and 46 Loot will be able to maybe take the championship title here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, well, use the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and you can join the conversation online. And you never know, might have the chance of having your tweet actually shown on the stream, and we can say how good Imperium's shirt actually is today, because I'm a big fan of it, and he's actually wearing a shirt compared to me. But Imperium, talked about some of these teams already. I'm really hyped to see how things are going to be going out, but you have, Imperium, already covered PMPL Arabia last season, right? And I want to ask you, based on what happened in PMPL Arabia, do you have maybe any expectations as to what we might be able to see? Because we expect they watch PMPL, right?
Yeah. Not exactly based on one region. We know that the Arabic and the MENA region as a whole have improved standard-wise massively over the past year and a half. Enigma Galaxy is a clear example of that. However, I don't look at the MENA region as having anything massively different play style and meta-wise compared to other regions. So when you really kind of translate to that, I'm more looking at what we saw in Europe region, and if there's going to be similarities from the Snapdragon Pro Series Europe region and the Snapdragon Pro Series MENA region. That's what I'm going to kind of be looking at in the early games of today, and see what differences I can try to point out or not point out, I suppose, from those games. So no real expectations compared to PMPL Arabia other than solid gameplay and solid results.
I think it's clear to say, Imperium, if they can do just 1% of what Enigma Galaxy can do, that's a pretty good team. With that said, we're going to head on over to a break, and after this, we'll be getting ready for our first game here for the MENA region of the Pro Series. We're back.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So they want to drop boot camp, they say. I wonder if anyone else might have the similar idea. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. But we only got one Sanok happening today, ladies and gentlemen. So if it's going to be one Sanok, it better be a good one. That's what I'm going to tell you, Imperium. But we're slowly going to be getting ready for our first game of the Des. You know, it's going to be a wrangle. We'll see our schedule very soon to see exactly what we're working with. I'm wondering, are we going to have a Millie Island for the first game like we had in the first game of Europe? Because that was spicy. That was a really good game, and I'm hoping we might have the same one, and we're going to check out the schedule. But man, I think that will be a spicy way to kick off here for the MENA region.
Always. I kind of hope we don't, though, simply because I want to give these teams every opportunity to succeed in terms of having somewhat normal circle shifts, and I think that will lead to more competitive gameplay. I know I'm not quite as sadistic as you as we look at this schedule. It's 3 wrangles. It's like the Snapdragon Pro Series has been across all the regions so far. 3 wrangles, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanok. The Leanin is on those wrangle games, and if you can take control of that map, you'll put yourself in arguably one of the best spots to qualify for the PMNC.
Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one. 3 wrangles if you can just around that map in particular. Odds are you might be one of the top 3 teams to actually qualify for the MENA PMNC. But a lot's about to happen in Imperium. It's going to be a long day, and unlike what I said earlier, it's not the Pro Series, it's a Snapdragon Pro Series, because the Pro Series would not just be good enough without Snapdragon Elite Gaming here to back us up once again, to allow these teams to maybe make their dreams become true of becoming professional players in PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll have to see. But Imperium, I do want to maybe jump on like predictions, but as you said, we don't know too much about the players, we don't know too much about, you know, the teams, because this is potentially for some of them the first time playing here. Based on how cool their names are, do you have a team you're looking at you would like to see win just because they have a cool name?
Probably Flamingo EG.
Flamingo EG. You know what? Yeah, I like that one. I think that's a cool one.
Flamingo EG.
Do you like that music, Flamingo? You like that one?
No. Oh yeah, like what the former music like.
Oh. No,
okay.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool music. Check it out. Okay, I think I'm gonna say I want to see Let's Rush do well, and if they don't breach a compound in the first game, I'm gonna be disappointed. On a more serious topic, I was gonna move on. Yeah.
Well, no, another team as well that we're at least familiar with from a name standpoint, Middle East Assassins. I suppose, at least from a namesake, when we kind of, for example, Digital Athletics in Europe, Middle East Assassins does come with a little bit of a prominent name, so yeah, could be themselves.
Yeah. Also, if you do want to join us in a Twitch chat right now with the Twitch Frogs to put your prediction in as to which team you think will be taking the dub on game number 1, do it right now. Put KEKW if you get the win. If you get the loss, that's going to be a little bit of copium from you out there. But Imperium, you've been doing a little bit of research with your big mind brain, and you've been able to see that actually some point averages between different regions is actually very, very interesting. So what you got for us?
So mathematically speaking, yeah, when you're looking at the different regions, there has certainly been similarities in terms of the top 3 that have finished. So when you're looking at 3rd place and being the last team to qualify for the PMNC, you're looking at an average of about 10.9 points per game. So give or take 10 points per game. 2nd place is roughly about 11.8 with a total of 118. And the average across the 3 regions I've calculated so far has been 12.4 with a total of 124 points. So yeah, so these teams in today's set of games, and of course Sunday's set of games, you're looking on an average of 10 points per game if you really want to solidify your spot in the PMNC MENA region. It's an average points per game that in arguably most tournaments the top teams are looking to hit. But it's nice to have some mathematical calculations that have certainly worked out similarly for other regions that will probably happen this time around as well.
Sorry, you lost me at the word math, Imperium. I just phased out for a second. But yeah, overall, like, you're talking about a 10-point average if you want to be in contestment for a spot for the PMNC, right? And I think one thing that's very clear to say, we talked about the difference between placement points, between those elimination points. I think, and I would love to know if you agree in particular, if you want to reach a 10-point average per game, I think that one aspect of the game you need to be very important, this needs to be very important for you, is to have a very close, at least to that 50-50 split of elimination points,
definitely,
placement points. If you do that, 10-point average is, sure, not easy, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities compared to if you only focus on eliminations or you only focus on placement points. Reaching a 10-point average per game and 12 for like first place, as you said, that becomes instantly so much harder to achieve.
If you work on a 50-50, that's 5 elimination points and a 5th place finish, as far as I remember. And top 5 is kind of tricky to get to, right? It can be, especially when you get into phase 4, phase 5. You might not be in a most comfortable position. You can easily go down in 11th. So if you lean a little bit more heavily on the elimination standpoint and you pick up 8 elimination points, then you only require 7th or 8th. And that makes it a lot more manageable from a placement standpoint. Yeah. Yes, if you're able to succeed and pick up at that top 3 and with about 8 to 10 elimination points, you're instantly making it easier for yourself in the next couple of games. But yeah, per game, to me, if anything, it should be 70-30. You should be aiming for between elimination points and placement points, the 70% being elimination points.
Damn, okay, you got to be real aggressive if you want to live up to the very high standard of Imperium. You know, he's a very needy man. He needs it.
Well, it's also something you got to consider, because I highlight the average points per game. You're always going to have 1 or 2 games where you get 0.1 point. So you need to make sure that those good points that you get, those good games that you get, are as good as possible, that you extract every ounce of advantage in your favor, so those bad results are basically shied away. You don't need to worry about them so much.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important to see. But I mean, eliminations overall, I think we've seen in a lot more cases teams stand out thanks to those elimination points rather than just like getting good placement points every time. Unless you're like, I'm going to refer to them once again, the Scream Squad, and you're just consistently making that top 3, top 4, like even top 2 positions. They got 2 of those slots, and then those placement points come in pretty consistently. That's great, but you need something to set you a little bit apart. You can't just bank on one aspect of the game and just play that really well. You want to do a little bit more than that, and that's what I'm hoping to potentially see. But so many questions. I'm seeing right now that one player has yet to join the lobby, and he's making us wait. So whoever you are, not good. Get better. Okay, you've got to join the lobby a little bit faster sometimes. But also Imperium, something that we talked about, right, is the path to becoming a pro. And this is what these type of tournaments, this is what the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO allows you to potentially achieve. Do you think that's something that these teams potentially should have in mind when they're like already in just like the qualification phase to make him PMNC? They're like, I want to become a pro, like let's try hard that. Like, do you think that can hurt some teams and how they approach this?
Always have the goal to go where you want to go and be where you want to be 6 months, 1 year down the line. Of course, I know when I was starting as a community commentator and you were with me along the way, the goal was always to get to a professional level. But I also knew that to get to that point, I had to focus on what was in front of me, right? Yeah. So using these kind of situations to gain as much experience as possible. So even if teams, because there's going to be 13 teams that fail to make it to the PMNC, even if you fail, you get back up on the horse and you learn from this experience as much as possible. So yes, have the end goal of PMPL, have the end goal and the dream of PMGC. Don't take away from what is directly in front of you. These 5 games today, the 5 games Sunday, the 1 game, the 2nd game, the 3rd game, take it step by step and then see where you go from there.
Yeah, I remember Imperium when we said one day we'll go casting into a LAN. And look at us now, Imperium. Casting into a bloody spaceship. That's so much better than I expected. Like, this is the best timeline, Imperium. Look at this. It's looking amazing. So the spaceship's so good, my arm is cutting in half sometimes. Looking amazing. But at the end of the day, like, it is important to have those objectives in mind. And I think that's what drives some of these teams and players to hopefully go that far.
Yes.
Just don't put too much pressure on yourself. And as you said, if it doesn't work out this season, you've got a lot of seasons. PUBG Mobile Esports is here to stay. The ecosystem is not moving anytime soon. Some teams will make it up there in the future and can have what we like to call like the Class Digital Athletics or the Zeus story, which is like they make it from PMCO, then PMGC, and they pop off in PMGC. Anyone can make it happen. So anyone can be hashtag the one.
I would even say Nigma Galaxy story is arguably more. Would you agree or disagree with that?
So in Nigma Galaxy's cases, this is a team that's been together for a very long time. So I'm not sure about their upcoming in particular, because their first tournament they played in was like EMEA in 2020.
Yeah, fair.
That was a long
time
ago. But I do get the
That's
process,
true.
like the Enigma in a sense like already popped off in like the very first tournament, so I can understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned Nova, right? We remember that kind of roster going all the way back to 2019, right? And the PMCO prelim finals in Berlin. And I know they were at that point still one of the strongest teams in their region. They had qualified to the prelims, but they didn't know that they were going to reach the level of success that they have now, back-to-back global champions. So yeah, it starts somewhere, whether it's the Snapdragon Pro Series, whether it's the PMNC, whether it's the PMPL. You got to take those steps to get to the top.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, also, you've got to keep in mind that these type of tournaments is where potentially orgs or, you know, potential analysts or coaches are going to be looking at this like, all these guys have potential, even if it's just one player. You might be that one player that gets picked up in the future and that goes right into PMNC or PMPL, whatever your next event is. So there's a chance. But I do see, ladies and gentlemen, that our first game is currently in the making. They are in the lobby. They're jumping around all over the place, which is cool. The gymnastics are on point, Imperium. It seems like they did their stretches before this. And we're going to be seeing how it goes. But we saw yesterday on an interview, right? They played with those, like, claws. Do you think that's a met? Do you play with claws?
Thumb socks.
Thumb socks. I never know what to call them. But yeah, do you play with them?
I personally don't. Only because I think, me being old, I'm just stuck in my ways of using my... No, it's true. Just using my physical fingers and having that kind of static reaction. I tried. I spent multiple hours, multiple times trying to get used to the claw socks, and I understand why they work, but for me it was just no, it just wasn't comfortable, familiar, or as responsive for myself. But then again, I'm a trash casual gamer, so I could have like the best power device in the world and I'd still probably die to bots.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. Imperium does indeed die to bots, but me too, that's fine. But you know what? We're here to talk about the game because we cannot do what these players do best, which is eliminating the entirety of the lobby. And we are, in fact, getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our first game here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. Game number 1 is underway, and it's our angle. And man, oh man, intrigued to see how this first game is going to go. And are we going to have the highly contested Millie Island finish for game 1? I think the teams are hoping that is not going to be the case, but I'm here, Imperium, and when I'm here, there's trouble.
And I'm even hoping, not hoping, but I'm curious if we're going to have any drop contests, right? Any hot drops. Because, yes, from talking to 46 Loot, yeah, they looked at as many VODs as they could, as many clips of their opponents. But that doesn't mean they have all the information, just like any of the other teams. So we could see a little bit of contesting coming through from these drop stops. For the moment, we do see Secret team dropping around North George, or outside of it at least. Maybe not sure if a team's going to North George, so they're dropping on the outskirts to make sure that they aren't put under pressure. And there's another team now dropping down towards South George, so at least 2 teams on the western side of the map.
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind that the amount of information that's available on the interwebs, if I'm talking like Imperium language, available is not high because there was no official broadcast, right, for anything that was prior to the finals. So they might have like some streams that were made by some of the players or the teams. You might have some limited amount of information, but really getting all of that information is going to be hard. So these first few games, especially the first game of each respective map, might be a little bit all over the place. We'll have to see, of course, how things are going to work out. Imperium, I propose, as the game goes on, good phase 1, does have Midi Island, does have the mainland, it's more of like a 60, I was going to say 60-30, that does not come up to 100%. 60-40 split of
that
mainland,
Millie Island. Math, right? That good old max man mathematics.
But I wanted to say, Imperium.
What is 100 max? 60-30?
60-30, it's 100, I don't know what you're talking about. Every time that I call Secret Esports as Team Secret, you got to chug a can of Monster. I think that is a very good
Why do I have to chug a can of Monster? Surely it should be
the viewers can join you.
Should chug a can of Monster, or maybe take a shot of Monster.
You know, Imperium, I've already tried during PMCO Western Europe, and it's clearly impossible for me to chug. I cannot do it. It's something my body cannot achieve. Unfortunately enough, I would love to, but I can't. So, thanks for like shaming me on my chugging skills, by the way. Appreciate it.
Wait, look, you're trying to get me to chug Monster myself, so you know, fight fire with fire, sir. You know, Don't hate the player, hate the game, and none of these players are looking to hate the game in this game one of the day. Two teams have dropped in Yasnaya Polyana, but again, it's a massive enough city that two teams at minimum can hold on to either side without really coming into contact with each other. As it is on the very northern precipice of the circle, though, there is a little bit more of a risk that they could engage on each other on the rotation out of the city. We'll have to wait and see and keep an eye on it. Flamingo EG in that kind of split around around school and apartments. That's something that this side of WT5 will want to be aware of, who are inside the Rosshog area. So the rotation from WT5, it's something that I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, it could be an interesting rotation. I'm seeing positions around farm in particular that I think could be played by some of these teams. But my mind goes directly to, are we going to see some teams try and go for an early gamble of like, also Northgate Island is going to be the play, or are we going to be seeing Seoul, the team that currently has dropped in military base, think, oh, there's no chance this circle shift is going to come our way. Let's just instantly go to mainland ASAP to avoid like that altercation on bridges. There's a lot of question marks right now. There are teams, I would say, it's best to wait for Phase 2. Phase 2, in most of the maps, especially on Miramar and Erangel, are a lot more telling of where the circle's going to end up going. So I would say wait it out for Phase 2. Loot, chill, relax. So far, we've suffered no early casualties. I believe one team maybe spawned in as a 3-man, or we saw one elimination that didn't spot out. But so far, I would just say relax until Phase 2, then start thinking about rotations.
The coastline of the mainland would be a pretty healthy spot to lock down as well. We can see Virus Esports are in around that vicinity. I don't know if they want to go deeper into the circle around the compound south of farm. That could be pretty viable. You have the shark fin compound that's yes, it's deep center, but it has a lot of flat terrain around it, so it could be a confident place to lock down if you're a confident team, right? So you're going to want to be proactive from that area. So far, you're dead right. Stay a little bit more towards the edge. Wait for the Phase 2 to pop up and see where we're more likely going to get the circle. Man, curse if we do see a Phase 2 shift down south. Just putting it out there.
I really curse the teams. I can't curse circles too, man. It's too much.
Yeah,
it's too much power. Imagine you have me and Zute on one show.
Oh God, Jesus!
Explosion.
Oh, no.
It goes to hell instantly. Man. Also, just so you guys are aware, very important to mention, they can in fact use these machines to get some loot if they want. It's fine. It's authorized. So some people will be like, it's not allowed. They can't do that in PMPL. This is not PMPL. It's allowed to do it. Don't worry about it.
Yes, indeed. It's something that we confirmed during the European show, because it was something that the chat was asking and we asked, and we got it confirmed indeed. Lipovka is locked down by it does. I don't want to hang around too much in terms of like, you know, getting distracted, right? You still want to have the overview of who is looking to rotate around you, and we can see that X5 squad have a pretty heavy 2-1-1 split, if I'm not mistaken, or even a 2-1-1 split, if I'm not mistaken. Taha is inside that compound that's the shark fin area, and then two players are around the farm location, and then MTRs over to the west. That's a risky split, Max. It shows that they have a lot of confidence initially, but will they be able to react and deal with potentially teams swinging closer by to their location through the tail end of Phase 1?
Yeah, when you have a farm split, though, it's almost 100% certain that you have all the vehicles to regroup if you need. So they got the cars, they got the buggies, they got this route, the UAZ, whatever they need, they can pull off the rotate if a team gets close. And look at that. On a map, a team gets close, instantly they're getting in the car, maybe thinking to reposition a vehicle, maybe thinking to try and regroup already. They are at least aware of some noise coming their way from like the East Bridge or Milter position. As long as you're respectful and you don't just hold on to a compound, if you're a solo player, which is currently happening, you should be fine. And I think he should have already left. And I think one of the players of X5 might get caught out and a little bit shocked after this one. So something to keep in mind. You don't want to lose a player this early on.
Team Seoul, they dropped down into military base. So their entry point across to the mainland doesn't need to be done right now, right, because of Phase 1. I like the fact that they're initially looking to send one player over, and they could third party on this engagement that is currently happening between X5 and I'm not sure who else. That is decided 46. Dude.
Seemed like they didn't regroup in time. X5 squad can already lose their first player in the name of Herwan, so not the best way to go out in the first, 8 minutes of the game. Hopefully they're going to try and get back together. I'm surprised Taha is actually still in this exact location. He was the one that really shocked me. He did not move faster, but he's got Buggy clearly outside, so that rotation should not be an issue for him. Regroup. Circle 2 is about to shift, so you can just get back together and do a rotation based on that information on where the hell Phase 2 circle does go. I do like the fact that Team Soul, though, did already pull off their rotation. They're on the bridge. If it goes back to Sanufka, can instantly pull off the rotation. No push is happening. 46 Loot, a team that we've hyped up pretty heavily Imperium on the pre-show, are already looking good. One elimination to their name and looking for a second here. They know a player solo potentially. They know they went for that split. Maybe they've done the research before going into this. So got to keep that in mind. Mohamed with a nade in hand. Ready to go for the nade. Good cooking. And he's right around the corner. Gets sprayed down a little bit to mid-HP, but the nade will be mightier than the gun. And Taha is going to be knocked away. That's the second elimination for 46 Loot.
Simple difference between the two teams, working as a team. 46 Loot pushed as a full squad throughout both of those areas of the engagements. Where we're X5, split, separated, and yeah, I said it showed confidence, but confidence doesn't always win you engagements, right? Your bodies and teamwork will win you engagements in the end, and that's good by 46 Loot. They know what they want to do. As Phase 2 has popped up, it shifted up north, a little bit of the island in play, but for the most part, I think teams can be pretty damn confident that the circle is going to shift continually towards that mainland position.
46 Loot be like, oh, my team is so good, and X5 are like, wait, you guys have teams? You have a team? What? What's this about? I wasn't told about this. I thought it was a solo tournament. No. They want to try and regroup, of course, a little bit of banter, but I'm sure that with this being the first game, there's some wiggle room, there's some room for mistakes. As long as you improve on those in the next following games, it's going to be a-okay. Hazem, though, moving out after the interview, seemed pretty hype.
Like this?
I have to say, I had a good vibe from Hazem. He seemed like pretty confident going into this. Not overly confident. Imperium, okay, he's not saying we're going to be first place, but they're feeling good. And I think that that's what's important.
This is interesting. They didn't need to move away from the Sharkfin compound. I like that Hazem has sent himself forward to scout up, and that coastline position on mainland that I highlighted in Phase 1 is arguably even stronger in Phase 2. Occupied, they rotated from Severny, and coming in late, getting caught off guard by an opposing team is just unfortunately a product of rotating from a Severny location when we have a little bit more of a centralized / southern Phase 1.
Yeah, I want to see a position Imperium where Occupy are occupying a compound and Let's Rush are going to be rushing down their compound. That would be like the best in terms of storyline. In terms of names of teams, I want to see it. I'm really hammering down the point of like, I want to see original fun team names, right? I think maybe too much.
You really are.
Maybe too much.
So are you saying that you want Flamingo to rotate into the circle on Flamingos?
I think you're taking what I'm saying a little bit out of context. But you know what? Reckless is also going to be taken not out of context, but out of the game, it seems. He's going to be knocked on down. The team is there to back him up over that ridge line, though, so luckily enough, he can still crawl his way out of that one. But will the rest come on through? Odds are Imperium, I don't think so. He's in a very sticky position. Secret, though. Secret Esports can be looking to really pry on that elimination. Put already the hurt on one of their opposing teams of 4 out. They're already holding the ridge line, but peeking might be a little bit dangerous as one player gets knocked away.
Yeah, there's no way it's worth going for the revive just yet. It seems like one of the players is, and that poses a huge risk. Secret have their own player, Nox. It's something that Fora might be looking to take advantage of. The revive is coming through for Grim, and both of these teams are in a 50-50 spot, right? You can see that valley down below is kind of dividing the two teams for the time being, and it's holding back a heavy push from either of the teams.
Yeah, at least they got the res onto Reckless, which I was surprised they got the res. That was a very ballsy one in that dip position. Very prone to nade damage, but Secret Esports not interested in taking this fight any further. They know the circle's about to shift into Phase 3. It's not worth it. Let's just leave. Can't really say the same for ASSK Esports, unfortunately. Dramon's going to put himself behind that shed for now. But nah, don't really think he's going to be brought back to life. That's going to be an Elviz adventure and a very hard Western shift this time around Imperium. A lot of fields in play. Team 1-0 green team in the middle of the team there. Can't quite see their team tag, but That
F5R
spot in box 4 is so good. F5R, there you go.
F5R definitely in one of the best spots. So although they're giving away that coastline compound that could allow them to spread a little bit more confidently into the circle, maybe they feel they're better off prioritizing the hard cover, and that's not a bad thing. 46 loot, don't need to move anywhere, and all they have to do is just be proactive, push teams back, swing, manipulate that traffic, and control the mid portion of this game. Comfortable spot as Mohammed is, if anything, going to go onto the other side of that coastline position. This is interesting from 46 loot.
For me, looking at this phase 3 circle, Imperium, I see 6 really good positions to hold on to, which are worth breaching for. Potentially even 7 if you really want to stretch out and say that that compound down south could host 2 teams, which it can. So 6-7 teams will technically be at the end of the circle in a really, really good spot. After that, I think that's where teams are going to have to all breach or go for secondary good locations, and that's where you really don't want to be, because these terrains are not fun to roam around, especially when a big portion of the western side of the circle is in fact just purely made out of fields, right? And you don't want to be in those kind of locations. So just something to be careful about. STF going for the compound down south of Pachinki Hill, which is very valuable currently. But if they have to leave that position, they might be put under fire by Secret, Esports, or even 4 Out. So something to keep in mind, that teams do have really good vantage points on that compound.
W17-5 at the moment have a really solid compound. However, unless they start to send at least one player over onto the hill to the west of them, they're going to get absolutely blinded if the next circle shifts away. They seem to be doing that. I would like to have seen them pull that off a bit earlier, but there's definitely a step in the right direction on how they're spreading themselves out from that compound.
Yeah, one shot. A little bit too close to the camera there, mate. Personal space, you know that. Okay, let's go. So that's going to be one player out. Samurai, see you later, Alligator. 1 shot left alive. But if they're where one player's there, 1 nade would be enough. They're smoking it out. Can't really peek from the windows. That smoke, if it was a smoke from F5R Esports, pretty good idea behind it. Very predictable on the nades too. Just 1 nade through the window. Might just be what you need. The nade is looking good. Will it get the knock though? Didn't quite see it in the elimination feed. It did get a little bit of damage, down to 50% HP. But here's the pins. I'm surprised 1 shot is not trying something a little bit out of the ordinary, but here's the bounce. And that's the knock. 1 shot's eliminated, out of the game, and so will be the entirety of his team.
I would say that was actually a riskier engagement for F5R than what it looked like, right? Going out of the buildings onto the road, they didn't know if there was a team to the west or to the east of them, or even a little bit more above. They could easily have been third-partied. It's been rewarded at least, as they're going to trail on back, and the next circle does continue to shift down south. A little bit of water, and playing 46 loot could have asked for a better circle shift.
Although some teams are not going to have to rush forward. Middle East Assassins here, team that with a name that rings a bell in past events in the MENA region. Going to try their very best to make things work out. Do get himself a few knocks, a few eliminations along the way, but Team Sol can't say the same, as they're taken on down by Middle East Assassins, and they're eliminated in 15th place with 0 eliminations. They take the big bubble for the first game.
Savage, 77. Trying to make sure that him and the rest of his team has their back covered, because I would argue at this stage of the game, with this kind of harsh circle shift, the teams that are outside the circle, especially on the northeastern side, play for eliminations, right? Because there's a really high chance that you're not going to make it into the kind of top 8 if you try to focus purely on placements, purely on that position, because getting into this next circle, so challenging.
Yeah, and if you can clear out an entire strong position, you can then take that position. So play an aggressive edge like we saw from Bax yesterday, right? Imperium in the 2 days of play for Europe. It could really turn the tides in your favor, so definitely something that you want to try and keep in mind. It might work out for you later on down the line. So here you go, Middle East Assassins looking for the push. Want to take the little hilltop position. It's not quite encircled, but you need to go for the breach. Reno cannot stand the opposition. He's eliminated, instantly going to be knocked on down. Savage 77 is there to back up his team with Yusef, but unfortunately he's up against a still 4-man squad, and they are not going to try and finish it just yet, which is surprising. 1 nade would seem like the res is going to come on through, but only Savage and Reno are still going to be alive, and I think it's just a matter of time before they might get eliminated.
Yeah, W7 want to clear this up as quickly as possible. Phase 4 Blue Zone is swiftly moving in, and they're on the fast side for the most part. 46 loot have the northern side of the compound inside the circle. By the way, 66 locking down, and Savage against 1, but he's going to go down.
Nice try there. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to swivel on another target, and that damage was not enough to get the second knock. Nice try. Respectable attempt, but they still at least get himself a few eliminations along the way. Here still is going to be Virus Esports, which did bank on this compound on R trying to push him out of box. We're going to see how it's going to work out, though. Still Z-Coin over there. I said Z-Coin, but
last player up, Max.
Yeah. F5R Esports not going to have a good one. It's a little bit tough to chuck the nades exactly in that one room he's in, so if you want to get rid of him, you're going to have to push it. Is it really worth it right now? I would say
he knows.
Just hold the position.
It was close. It was close. They've done enough. They've done the damage. They've whittled F5R down to just a solo player. Now they can focus on what is going on around them. They are going to look to push as F5R have been eliminated.
Oh, okay. Next to what I like to call the Team Kesso skin car is, I think it's the best description for it. But Capello here with a great little dip. Love playing this position when I'm in this compound here. You're just very hard to take down unless the team has an angle on you from the west, which typically does not tend to happen. Still don't want to get rid of that one player, though. They do get rid of an extra few around them. Hunter there on the front line trying to defend the northern edge of the circle. He's going up against Secret Esports, and Secret Esports still 4-man strong in a 4v2, but they don't have the terrain advantage. W7, will they be able to stand strong in this position and clear all of the north? The blue zone is going to be engulfing them. The circle is not in their favor. It goes actually over to the cliffside in the compound down south of 46 Loot. They're going to be potentially aiming for the first chicken dinner of the tournament. What a nade from Secret Esports as they clear out the team and pick up 2 extra elims.
Perfect play by Secret Team, right? Waiting until as late as possible to move into the edge of the circle. It means you're more likely able to catch out teams that came in earlier and maybe got a little bit broken, beaten, scarred in that way. And Secret Team just struck like an iron fist, or Secret Esports, should I say. With that circle shift down south, the side of 66 Esports, who were playing quite spread on that western side, have been able to occupy one of the set of buildings that's inside the circle. X5 playing on the cliffside. I wonder if there is that little bit of an entry point onto the actual high ground mainland from where they are. If not, I would still argue the position that they're in won't get them eliminations, but it could and should get them a top 5 minimum.
There's a few spots you can climb up, I believe. The main spot that I know right there to climb up the cliff from where X5 are is down south of 66 Esports. That is the one spot that I know 100% you can climb up from. But it's going to take some time to get there. Luckily enough, the circle has yet to shift away from the water, so they have that time. But are they aware of that kink in the armor of the cliffside? We'll have to see later on. Taking a few nice little shots here. Bullet not really able to hit anything with that lead. But maybe later on down the line. Steady on. Spots a few players on the other side. Is going to be Secret Esport here on the receiving side of those shots. Hackshot is going to be eliminated out of that one. And Flamingo here with that first person mode trying to peek out. He's already dead, man. He's already dead, son. Don't worry. Now the objective is to enter this compound.
Flamingo doing a great job on the northern side, punishing teams in the edge of the hill, and Virus as well. They're not really looking at each other as well, so they're kind of coexisting in all of the right ways, just as much as 66 Esports and 46 Loot are as well. 2 of the players from Secret Esports have been able to occupy at least one of the buildings, but I'd argue that it's only a matter of time before 66 Esports push in and take them out.
It's going to be a question of time. The push is going to be happening very soon. We're about to shift into phase 6, and that's going to be the ring of the bell that a lot of teams are going to have to initiate their push and their breach upon. Not too sure, though. We are going to be seeing Flamingo EG looking to make their way over to the cliffside, which is the first safe location. Virus can't really peek you from that location for now, at least not too heavily. It's not going to be that much of an issue. You can still hide and heal if needed. That nade could be good. Cooking seems pretty strong too. I do believe got a little bit of tick damage, but then we're still playing using a few players for out currently.
46 need to be incredibly on point with how they play positionally inside these buildings, because they do have to watch their backs and they do have to make sure that they don't overstep their mark, but at the same time they want to be proactive, because the side of Flamingo have cusped the edge of those buildings. If they allow them to enter the buildings, we could see 46 Loot go down.
Could be the case. X5 are going for the wide rotate I mentioned, trying to get right down south of 66 Esport. Well, currently unaware of their location, so if they are able to climb up that cliff, there could really be a little bit of a pinch happening on 66 Esport, and they are just completely unaware. There's no way you could scout that, so we'll see how that potential fight is going to be panning out. go. Secret Esport in their own fight. A lot of smoke's currently being panned all over the place. A little bit hard to really get that information, get that intel. 66 Esport here, going for the full-on fight. They still got a 4-man crew. They're looking good, but they're all in one little corridor. It can be a little bit tricky to take those fights. It doesn't matter, because 66 Esport will be mighty in the fight of the compound, and that's going to be it for Secret Esport, eliminated in 6.
Just using the body numbers, yes, the smokes did make it a little bit harder to see, but you rely on the audio, you rely on your teammates, you communicate, you engage, and they have to take that engagement as quickly as possible. They're outside the circle, and they need to find a way in. They know that 46 Loot are going to be looking in their direction.
Yeah, X5 squad were not able to climb up the cliff, unfortunately. We'll see if they can make it in the last second, but I think they're going to go for the Hill Strike Imperium. It seems pretty obvious right now. Flamingo, what's your game plan? Maybe wrap around the northern side behind Virus. That could be a good option. There's a lot of options here. They still have working vehicles. We saw it earlier. If you're able to make good use of it, you never know. You could have a little bit of a surprise and get some pinch action down onto Virus. Crate's going to be coming down. 46 Loot still looking strong in this finish, but they need to defend versus 66 Esport because they're the team that need to push. The other team currently under fire.
They are indeed. 46 Loot pinched in the middle. The best thing they can hope for is that Virus engage onto the side of Flamingo. But Mad Low cooking up a nade, looking to slow any of these teams down that he can.
Oh, he sees the smoke road. This is so tricky. Nice little angle, going to make it really hard to knock down Mad Low through those flanks. Oh my word, this is not an easy one. The smoke road is a little bit all over the place, but so far 66 Esport are able to hold on strong. What a spray with the UMP, man. The UMP is such a laser, such an insane weapon, and used so well in this case by Hazem. They're not going to get the elimination, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. It's still a lock, and he's extremely low, and that's going to be the first play of 66 Esport falling down.
Raccoon prone down. Madlow
he
gets the spot off. No, he's not caught off. He's not caught out. Madlow's going to get knocked.
No, Madlol, you're in third-person perspective. Why are you peeking so long? Luckily enough, you're going to be saved. Another team's going to be able to get the third party on this, but 66 should not get that knock in 1,000 years. 2 players down. Only Paya and Dickax are going to be remaining. They're getting rid of everything. Getting rid of that 3D model elevation. Getting rid of their backpacks. So they don't want to get spotted away. But now everyone's on top of one another. Virus decide to actually push onto 46 Loot. So they can't put as much focus on 66 Esport. They might be able to escape the brink of death, Imperium.
I can't believe Virus haven't put something Flamingo as heavy as I expected.
They saw the smoke wall, and yet they just keep showing themselves. That's going to be the flush potentially coming out, and then really the information might just be lost. He's spotted once again, picks out! What an angle from Pyre there! And now he can go for the push. Got to be careful though, there's still other teams around you. The nade comes on through, does a little bit of damage. Pyre down to 50% health. But now there's another team. Third party upon third party is going to be unfolding. Or Drunk up on the northern edge, trying to get that strong off angle, but not able to get anything out of it just yet.
Now Flamingo need to engage on Virus, and knock comes through. Payev made it into the entry point of the building. The pre-fire shots around the side of the window. Incredibly valuable with the audio on board, but he's got to be careful. It's a little bit of a 1v1 between these two teams.
Oh, be careful here. Needs to get the spray. Does go for the prone, but Paya will not be able to withstand it. And Madlol not only survives, might be able to bring his teammate back to life. Up to a 2-man crew would be amazing. But during this time, Flamingo didn't get involved. They waited it out, Imperium, and now they're looking to take the fight as a 4-man. How far can they truly go? 7 the limbs already. Looking maybe to get the double digits. They make it over to the building. There's some safety added to their location. Still 3 teams up alive. They need to clear out this entire position. Where are they? We're unsure. They're all in that corner on the left side. But Bullet needs to have his team to back him up. They join on that position. That's the first. And there's still one more we want to pick up. And if they get it, it should be the double digits. They do confirm it. But they're not quite there. 9 eliminations to the name. And Imperium Flamingo waited it out. And the timing is on point.
46 Loot. They survived, they strived, they suffer casualties, but they're into the top 2. It's going to be a difficult task. They have the body disadvantage.
Will their experience allow them to take the win in a 4v2 scenario? Doesn't look likely seeing their spot. The circle is not in their favor, but you never know. Bullet gets the knock onto Hazem. He's done for the count, and now it's only Madlol taking a one-on-one versus Bullet, but Bullet is mightier. Bullet gets the 1v1 fight and will be able to secure their first chicken dinner here for the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region.
Look what it is. We made them stand out from the name alone, and they get the chicken dinner for the first game of the day. Very impressed across the board from Flamingo. There is definitely some moments where I think the likes of Flamingo or Virus could have been more aggressive. And that kind of allowed 46 Loot within reason to survive. But let's be fair, in those final kind of circles, it was so difficult, right? Because when you have buildings in play and you have kind of the edge of a hillside in play and you're not really sure, there's so much risk of getting third party. So if you overstep your mark, that's it, you're going to get caught out. So I understand where all the teams were at, and they did their best. In the end, Flamingo came out on top.
Yeah, I really enjoy the timing of Flamingo. They were like, everyone's taking the fight, how about we just chill? We go north, which is why I initially expected. I was like, go north, go behind Virus, wait for them to get involved, because they're going to have to push eventually. And then while they're all fighting, while they're just losing numbers one by one, losing players one by one, that's when you go for the push. When you are using that man advantage and that timing to your advantage, this is exactly what they did. And not an easy push at that, right? They were not one of the first few teams to be in that location. They were one of the late teams to join the party, and they made it actually work out. So I'm incredibly hyped with what this team was able to do. And we said it, right? When it came to other Snapdragon Pro Series, we were like, low expectations. I did not come in with low expectations for this tournament for the MENA region, and man, I'm impressed with what some of the top teams were able to do here.
Definitely, I think rotations for some of the lower teams were a little bit weaker. Yeah, okay, the circles on the first game were trickier, especially when you got to kind of phase 4 where you had that massive shift down the southwest. I do give it a bit of a pass to some of the teams on the northeast. Timing of engagements do need to become a bit quicker. I understand it's the very first game of the finals. You do generally tend to see more patient and more hesitant gameplay because it's a first game. You're not really too familiar. It can take a couple of games to warm up. But observationally, engagements do need to be quicker from some of these teams.
Yeah, and also if we want to mention about something that happened for another team was 66 Esports, right? I do think that they were given too many opportunities for free versus 46 Loot, okay? I think 46 Loot were like peeking in the open, like, over there, what's going on? And yeah, of course, you're going to get knocked if you're going to peek like that, right? But they were given an opportunity and they did not waste that opportunity, which is a very important distinction to make for this team. So you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's why I saw from 66 Esports, and I hope we can see them in a more of a chicken dinner opportunity later on down the line today, because I think they can take home a win.
I want to give a little bit of defense towards 46 Loot. You put yourself in their position, right? You are in the middle of 3 other teams, and you know that you step 1 inch out of place and you're cooked. And that pressure, hearing all those shots, hearing all those footsteps, it's quite easy to be confused. So I do want to give 46 Loot a little bit of defense, while also agreeing with you that there were a couple of moments where they shouldn't have peeked through the windows that they peeked.
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky for 46 Loot at the end of the day, right? They were down to 3 players. There was a lot of 4-man squads around them. There was Virus, there was Flamingo, there was 66 Esports. Like, it is a lot to deal with. But I think that it really shows how good a team is when they can deal with these moments when they're under pressure.
Definitely.
It was a little bit troublesome, right? But they're still able to get himself a 2nd place. You can't really argue with that. It was still the boys able to get... I'd have to check exactly how many eliminations they were able to take home, but it was definitely a really good first game, I would say, right? Because you only got 10 games, and when you look back on this first game, right, you might be able to say that this was the game where they got enough points to actually later on down the line claim a 1st place and to secure a spot for the PMNC. With that said, Imperium, we're going to head on over to a very short break, and after this, we'll be back for not only the breakdown of that first game, but back for game number 2 on Miramar.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me.
Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The MENA region is off to a great start here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, and I gotta say that first game, it felt already like a game 10. It was that good of a first game. But here we are back with the upper moments of this first game. I should say not final one. It felt like it. I thought it was the final game, but it's not Imperium. But some of these teams got themselves some really good plays to finish it off. And man, I'm already impressed. And this is just the first game. It's supposed to be messy, but I gotta say, some of the teams at the top did already show that they are ready for the long game.
I definitely think the top 4 teams really deserve to finish in the top 4 of this game. The way Flamengo played through in the right way, the way Virus Esports moved through the map, and 66 Esports as well. They had a little bit of a risky spread coming in towards this phase 4, but they were able to use the information gathered from that spread. When the circle then shifted towards those compounds more heavily, they instantly react to that shift in the right way. So yeah, fair play to the top 4 teams, as well as just to kind of highlight Secret Esports as well. I think they had a good showing as well.
Yeah, they had a good showing. They took that fight in, what was it, not Potato Hill, it was Pachinki Hill. And they actually were super respectful. They got a first knock. They're like, we can maybe get the flush. They tried it out. They got knocked at some point. They had one of their players knocked. Okay.
Yeah.
it's not looking great. We can't go for the commit. Let's just move back because Pachinki Hill can host 2 teams, right? That's something we can all agree upon.
Definitely.
2 teams can definitely live together in a symbiotic relationship over in that position. So moved on back, play the information game, then decide to move into the more northern side. They clear out a team, then decide to move into the high ground positions. Like, it was very strategic approach every single circle shift. And I'm intrigued to see if they could try and replicate that again. But we're going to see exactly how many points were taken home by some of these teams on the rankings. And on this first game is 26 points for Flamingo here, Imperium. And you said it, they had a cool name, and they have a cool first game.
11 eliminations, 15 placement points. It's really the best of both worlds. And when I touch upon the average points per game required of kind of somewhat 10-11 for 3rd place, that's a good cushion for them to deal with going into the second game of the day as well. 46 loot, they had that compound locked down. They were able to get themselves 7 eliminations. The early squad wipe onto, I think it was X5 if I'm not mistaken, and then they picked themselves up 19 points. So a good game indeed for 46 loot. Got to highlight X5 squad as well. They got themselves 5th place, having 2 players playing on the coastline, so that did give them 6 placement points, but with only 1 elimination, just shy of the 7 points for themselves.
I do think Middle East Assassin maybe could have gone a little bit further in this game, because they were included in all of the madness up Northeast. I'm not saying that they failed at achieving it, right? They were in a very tricky position, and they took fight after fight. They still picked up 4 elimination, which is good. You know, I thought they might have came out with like 1 or 2. I would have said, you know what? It's not bad knowing what situation they were actually in. There was like 3-4 teams in the exact same spot. But they still gave himself 4 eliminations here on that game, so not going to be going home with nothing after that one. Though moving on to the second page of the rankings, this is where the teams are going to be like, okay, maybe need to change a few things when it comes to your angle. And Team Seoul had some interesting rotations, but the early game did not go out in their favor.
It was actually ASSK Sports at 46 who took down. My apologies. I kind of mixed the names up in that regard. Syrian Tiger Forces picking themselves up 3 points isn't a bad thing. However, for Team Seoul and ASSK, yeah, they're going to want to have a much better result
in game 2, hopefully. But it's fine at the end of the day. As we said, it is 10 games that's going to be happening. One bad game happens to the best of us. It's cool. We got to chill, man. Yeah, exactly. So we got. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Happens to us all the time in Imperium, right? These 0 game, like the 0-point games, like we're pretty much used to it. I don't think these teams want to get used to that in particular. Otherwise, you'll become casters just like us. Maybe you want to avoid that as much as possible.
Jesus, are you saying that all casters are washed up or want to be pros?
Hey, look, Imperium. I did do a caster versus player video during PMCO European Championship. Okay, and I did actually win. Okay, I won 2-1 rounds. So I'm super surprised that's taken you 2 and a bit broadcast days for you to bring that up. I'm surprised too. But you know, I got to be humble. I got to be humble every once in a while. It's completely fine. But normally I do believe we're going to be checking out the top damage dealers of this game, if I'm not mistaken, to see exactly what these teams are dealing with. Am I right? Am I wrong? We'll have to see. But I do think it's clear to say that we expect 46 loot to have quite a significant amount of damage, because they were central very early on. They started taking shots at teams around them very early on. Like, they were trying to clear down that fort for a long time. But as you said, it was like 3 to 4 teams pushing at the same time. It's not an easy thing to achieve as a 3-man crew.
I would say Virus would arguably have the highest amount of damage in that first game. They were a little bit similar later on in the game with F5R, right? And then they were able to play on that hillside, and I think they helped to take down Secret Esports, I think, as well as the side of Out, 4 Out, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they could be up there in terms of damage dealers. Any of the top 4 teams, I would say, would be the highest damage dealers, including the winning team, Flamingo.
Yeah, I think that there's no question in my mind, at least I don't know for you, but the top 4 teams got in that finishing position, not for like because we're going to try and play the long game, try and get some extra placement points. It was clearly they got there because they had some good macro. When it comes to taking fights, they did it in a really good fashion. Like, I think that it is not by mistake, and I think that if they can build upon that even more, what we want to see is just like Scream Squad in the European region. We want to see some consistency start to build up, and if you start doing that on the very first day, you're really setting yourself up for success to hopefully qualify in the MENA region PMNC. That's going to be the goal for some of these teams. But yeah, exactly. I will see. Next map is going to be Miramar, so even more macro focused, and I can't wait to see what's going to be happening there.
It's one of 2 Miramar games, and we talked about how it's really like not the most important map in this short format to lock down. However, at the end of the day, it's an opportunity to pick up 10 to 15 points, and you got to take that opportunity to strike and yeah, take control of the map. I'm hoping that rotations are a little bit more cleanly executed. I'm worried as well, Max, that when I say worried, obviously that might sound a bit over dramatic.
You're
The trend of what I know, right? The trend of what I talked about of engagements needing to be a little bit quicker in Erangel. I know Miramar, it can be difficult to clean out an engagement quicker because of how big the map is and how far away you can be from your opponents, but I'm worried that teams might lean into that and then they can end up getting punished if they take super long to try and close out an engagement.
Yeah, you want to be a little bit snappy, just like the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They're going to be helping us put all of this Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO together. Once again, thank you very much to them. Without them, this would not be possible, and they help the future generation of PUBG Mobile professional players to make their way into the esports scene and esport ecosystem. So thank you very much to them once again. When winning matters, they're here, and that's why they're here today. And especially for the side of our teams that are going to be taking W after W. And also, Monster, I know you want to be chugged, okay? He's okay left. I said chugging, and it was me that said, he was like, okay, we're out of here. Okay, I respect it. You know what? That's completely fine. Yeah, Miramar though. I want to see island finish. Yes or no, Imperium?
No.
Psychology.
No, reverse psychology.
Oh, okay. I was like, okay, he's learning. He's learning. He knows it's not going to happen. But okay, now I lost hope. I lost hope for you, Imperium. It's going to be fine. But yeah. Anyways, seeing how things are going to be going, I'm still seeing that some players are making us wait to join the game, and I'm not liking it. Yeah, it's rude. It's very rude.
You don't want to annoy Max either. If you annoy Max, then
I'm triggered.
he'll come after you. You don't want to anger French people.
Yeah, tweet longer, man. I'll be tagging you on Twitter. Don't worry. We'll have to see. But anyways, with that said, if you do want to get and join the Twitch frogs right now in the Twitch chat and tell us which team you think and predict is going to be taking this second win of the day over here on Miramar, please do join us in the poll. And once again, it's KEKW if you get a win. If you get a loss, it's going to be a big old copium. Or KEKW too if you want to make fun of people you lost. That's completely fine.
So what if you support every team? What emote?
I'll put the Imperium emote. Imperium emote. That's what you have to use.
But that's not available to. That's only available.
I thought it was general emote.
Use special people.
A few special people. What makes you a special person to have that emote? Tell me. I have to learn.
Because it's my emote.
I will not take that as an explanation, Imperium. Thank you very much. That was a blank statement, I have to say. But I'm seeing that the lobby is currently loading up once again. So yeah, we talked about it already. Our top 4 teams here from this last game already showed us that they can really have some really good control of their macro, of their micro in particular. We're going to be very focused on the macro here. I'm hyped to see how teams are going to be playing it out. We had a lot of... The 2 circles we had on Miramar, I would say, for Europe were really similar. So I want to see what the approach of these teams might be if we have something a little bit different. Hopefully, I would like to see Picardo finish in particular. That could be interesting.
And I wonder, seeing as this is kind of the last region, in terms of compared to, what we've had so far, whether they have watched the other regions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, not only to familiarize themselves within reason to the schedule. I know this might sound silly of the map formation, but yeah, to see what you can learn from the other regions, because I think it's something that is very important in the overall growth of your own gameplay as a competitive player or an up-and-coming competitive player. Don't just focus on the teams in your own region. Yes, you want to familiarize yourself with the intricate or the smaller metas of your region. However, when you look at other regional competitions and regional teams, it allows you to get a little bit of a different perspective on how other teams play and how other regions play that, and that can definitely benefit you.
Yeah, it's very important to open your chakras and to know exactly what's happening on all perspectives at the end of the day. So, Naruto. Okay, it's not. Don't think I'm No, it's just a Naruto reference. Don't worry, Imperium. Okay, I'm still weaving it out. It's completely cool. But also, don't want to forget that this tournament is also brought to you by the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, with the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports in Middle East and Africa for 2022. Thank you very much to them for supporting the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region. Imperium, Miramar, the teams are on the island in prison currently. They're about to break out, just like in Monopoly. Don't worry, they'll be there on the map of Miramar very soon. And I'm currently seeing that the playing path is looking pretty spicy for the team. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is going to be underway, and we're going to be seeing Miramar for the very first time and seeing how these teams are going to move around the dunes.
Who will pass go? Who will not only collect $200, but put themselves in the right direction of collecting $8,000 prize money for that first place team after 10 games of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Playing path is absolutely fantastic, Max. It's going diagonally from northwest over down towards the southeast, hitting just shy north of Picado. I just hope that the teams are not going to once again have too many hot drops, and we see a nice distribution of these teams across the map.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to have a nice little bit of distribution. I'm still hyped for that, potential boot camp early fight we're going to have in Stanok, but not there just yet. Okay, calm down, calm down. Even I'm the one that referred to it. No one talked about it until it was me, so I'm the one who should technically calm down. But hot drops, there's a little chance it could be happening, even though Miramar, technically speaking, is the one where you do not really expect to see it too much. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. Two teams currently dropping towards the El Pozo location, relatively far away from one another, should not revolve in too much, but a lot of teams, Imperium, drop in towards the northeastern side of Los Leones. Los Leones is a very big city. You can host 2, if not 3 teams in that location. We just got to be aware of how they're going to be playing that location. And they maybe haven't played against each other too much. So, never know. Might have the unlucky opportunity to take down an opposing player.
You don't want to be on the side of an unlucky rubber ducky. In touch Middle East Assassins over to the western side of El Pozo. They have suffered a knock at the hands of Secret Team for the time being. I wonder if they'll be able to get that revive back up, or whether Secret Team will want to pounce off the opportunity to confirm that knock, or maybe even get an early squad out. They're looking to do that, at least from a bit of distance. Or Beto on top of the building is putting a lot of pressure into Middle East Assassins. They've been able to get back into the vehicle. A couple more shots, not able to find it with just a red dot, Max.
Yeah, Obito Uchiha is going to be getting himself some nice shots there. Rasengan activate. There we go, we'll see. I don't even know if he can learn a Rasengan. Naruto in a long time. Have to see. Man, I swear to God, every time, I don't know, at the start of a tournament, when we do these tournaments where we don't know the players too much, right, Imperium, I always try and find which team names or which player names I can do anime references to. I don't know if that makes me a good caster or a bad one.
It makes you a caster.
Fair. Yeah, fair enough. I guess. I can't argue with that. I'm there for the game. I'm not sure. There we go. I don't know what to tell you.
See, yeah. I didn't want to be super harsh, but I also didn't want to be super nice. So I thought I'll play it down the middle with that answer.
Yeah, it's our relationship down to a T, pretty much. Like, don't want to be too nice, don't want to be too mean. It's like just 50-50. So that's how we're gonna be making.
I did like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, right?
Yeah. Yeah. don't know where you're going with that one.
I don't know. W17-5, looting up the split outside of Picado. It's a really solid split to have on board, right? When you're talking splits in Miramar, it's not really that common, even though the landmass is quite variable, simply because of the desert terrain being so barren that split drops takes a lot longer generally to loot up, right? But the one occupiable split, or one of the couple occupiable split drops, is where W17-5 have themselves to the south side of Picado. They will want to be aware that parachutes would have dropped to the south of them, so they don't want to get caught off guard. They can take their time, maybe shift one player north up towards Picado Hill just to get a bit of oversight towards the teams that are coming in from the west and even to the north. They will definitely be stopped from that a little bit more heavily with what is a very strong early rotation from Virus Esports, Max.
Yeah, Virus really liking their position currently, trying to play power grid. I prefer the location right north of Picado. It's a really good little overview position, a little good cliff. It's very hard to push you out of. And it's a good little compound also you can hold on to if you want to like park a few cars. You can have one overlook to start scouting down south in Picado, or even over to the east and north if a team you think might be pushing you away from San Martin. So I like it. I'm not usually the biggest fan of 3-1 splits in Pyram. I know you are a big advocate of that split, but in this situation where Virus currently stand, I would say a 3-1 split is potentially the best thing you could pull off because of that information gain, plus having 3 players in the compound. You really can't beat that.
No, I totally agree with you on that one. ASSK currently in San Martin. They will want to get out of Dodge of that city relatively early because, again, with that playing path being quite centralized, there's less comfort around what direction all of the teams are coming from. So if they stay in the city for too long, you're not really giving yourself every level of information that you can. Over on the eastern side of the map, though, we do see the side of STF, Syrian Tiger, forces down by Port-au-Prince, so they have a relatively enough entry into the circle. If they do want to go into the main road closer to Impala, they'll want to be aware that there's a team that's dropped down in that area. So maybe waiting a little bit later to move into Phase on Circle, because again, the plane path went from the north down to the south, so they would be one of the later teams to start looting. So rotating a bit later could be complementary for the early game.
Yeah, I think one of Miramar is one of the maps where you can really allow yourself to rotate late because it's just so much space. It is the biggest map in the game right now, so I think that a lot of teams can allow themselves and afford to do that late rotation if they want. But so far, nothing really out of the ordinary. A lot less central play than what we saw in Europe, right? That's something that is like striking to me right now.
Yeah.
After, I'm not really too surprised because it's the first Miramar game, and we saw that central playstyle really settle in like game 3, 4, and 5 of the first day for the European Snapdragon Pro Series.
I agree.
So I think it might get some time to get there if they want to adapt it. But so far, Edge, I think on Miramar in particular for Phase 1, you can't go wrong. Just chill on the edge, wait for Phase 2, then start to make like very macro-based decisions on like where you want to go. Oh, Alex.
Oh, some early shots by Virus
It's
onto
round.
the side of W17-5. And that's what I talked about with W17-5, right? There was that risk that they were going to get caught out. And I understand that split looting can take you a bit longer to loot up. And especially where Virus came from, they would have been there a little bit earlier. However, W17-5 maybe scouting initially would have been a bit clearer. They have 2 players knocked. Okay, Virus aren't really going to be able to push on it. It's certainly not looking comfortable for W7 at the moment.
Not looking too good. But Virus are committing so far to a 2-2 split, which also works completely fine in that position. I will not argue with that one, but Zeri, are they going to be able to get Zeri in to the smoke?
Are they pushing on it?
I mean, I would say you got 1 flush, you got 1 knock. 1 player that normally will be trying to go for the res. If you can get 1 angle, like you just play that ridge on the side, you're fine. The only real threat to your position is Haji currently. And he's just a 1-man army. He can't deal with a 4-man crew currently on his lonesome. And that's it, actually. Their 1 teammate was flushed away. Now they're down to 2. I mean, these are 2 potential easy eliminations for them to pick up. I would say, if you're not putting yourself at risk, go for it. Feel free. Hell yeah.
I love this proactivity from Virus Esports so early in the game. This will have alerted, by the way, 46 Loot, who had dropped in Picado, and they, instead of looking for a possible opportunity to third party, they've actually taken the time to shift a little bit more towards the east of Picado, knowing that there's a couple of teams engaging on the Picado Hill, which honestly I kind of get when it comes to playing for the late game. This engagement is still going through. Virus did push forward, but they haven't pushed forward in a momentous way that I maybe would have expected. Luckily, they've been able to get the second or the third knock, should I say, and Haji is now on his own as a solo player.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared for 1 player Virus there that went for a very wide angle there, Capello. So
yeah,
I'm not against it. I would have preferred maybe the execution as a 2-man crew, just something to keep in mind. I'm also looking at the map right now. I'm looking at ASSK, and I thought that maybe they would want to get involved in this one, but that's it. Hunter eliminated. And they were relentless on that push, but it was also very well executed. It's not overzealous, it's not overdone. It's just like, okay, let's go for the angles, let's go for the sprays. They're going to do a mistake eventually. That's how we're going to get the elims. And they suffered like very minimal damage going up against W7
Definitely.
Team 5.
Exactly.
So I'm stoked with how Virus played that one. Good job.
Phase 2 shifted up north, so San Martin is more heavily in the center of the circle. ISSK have moved out of the city and held onto the north side, overlooking it, so that's pretty positive. Flamingo moving into one of the best spots on this early Phase 2 circle. It's a compound. I would kind of say it's like the Lion King compound of Miramar, right? Because it overlooks San Martin, it overlooks even towards Power Grid, and you get so much information. It can be difficult to control because it's a larger terrain and it is a little bit breachable from the direct northwest, but in terms of setting yourself up for the late game, once again, Flamingo on the right track.
Yeah, on the right track once again. And we said it, the top 4 teams from last game, they were not there by mistake. They can potentially replicate it because it didn't seem forced. I think that's the important thing, right? It's very easy to tell if a team is playing out of their element. For those top 4 teams in particular, it really did not feel like they were forcing it. It just felt natural to them. It felt like this was something they trained, they worked for, they played according to their plan, and it just worked out in that specific game. So I completely agree right now. They're on track to a good game, and we'll see if they can try and close it off once again. Phase 2, already the Blue Zone's going to be wrapping around these players, so added extra time factor to it. MEA, Middle East Assassins, going to have to start thinking about how they want to rotate into this one. They might unfortunately clash into Haji, so WT5 might be losing their final player. Want to avoid that as much as possible. But otherwise, good spot. SSK and also Virus are, in terms of information game, are golden. They're looking great.
There's a decent chunk of space on the northeastern side of the circle. Unbeknownst to the teams, of course, we have the God view of knowing where every team are. All the other teams, obviously, that are, God view. The teams that are playing only really know what they can see around them. But there is a decent bit of space on that northeastern side. It's a trickier area of the circle to have locked down. The edge of El Azahar Hill, probably the best either side of the road, probably the best of what is that northeastern side. But if you wanted to go down more towards the east, like, I'm kind of surprised that the side of Team Seoul are on that eastern side of MENA's hillside, right? They should be more on that western side or closer to the center side, so they have a little bit more of a preparation, a little bit more of a view for the teams that are nearer to the center of the circle. So they're missing out on a big opportunity where they are at the moment.
I'd really like to see potentially a team in Hacienda del Patron. I think the value of that position is going to skyrocket depending on where Phase 3 goes. I think it's good. Like, you can scout from the roofs really well. By the way the building is shaped, it's almost like a circle of a building. There's one little opening up north that you can get peeked from, but there's not really any points of interest up there. But if you just play on the inside version or in the inside section of the rooftops, you can peek without really putting yourself in any kind of dangerous position. Now, that position, as I said, the value of it skyrocketed. You should have invested in when it was worth 25,000. Now it's worth 2 million. It feels like just how you would buy a house in the UK. Same thing.
Oh my God. And Ireland, and even America,
Same.
I would argue, worldwide,
France
to be honest.
Yeah,
exactly. Hashtag economy. As the side of Time Out Egypt are moving into that Hacienda area. Okay, not quite, it seems like. Seeker Esports are on the move. They're going to wrap around towards the north of Flamingo. Flamingo should stay where they are, right? Because where they are does give them the perfect opportunity to punish teams who are wrapping in from that kind of western outskirts, such as Middle East Assassins and maybe the likes of Occupy, who are on that south side of San Martin. So yeah, Flamingos, stay exactly where you are.
Yeah, I think it's okay for them to stay there now, but I'm just scared if teams leapfrog their position, which is what Middle East Assassins are currently doing. If you expect a circle to not go their way, which seeing that they're on the exact edge of the circle, I'm scared that they're going to be forced into a situation they do not want. So as long as they're aware of that, and they have a game plan on how they're going to move next, I'm completely fine with it. Just have the cars, just have the utility ready to go, and I think that position is very valuable if you're able to play accordingly based on where this fourth circle actually goes. Eastern side going to be a little bit clustered with teams currently. You're going to have 66 Esport taking a fight versus LR. A little bit cautious how you approach that one. Hopefully, Let's Rush not going to be too friendly about that one. But Hacienda del Patron has been taken over by X5. And if they scout properly, no team should really pose a threat to their location. So hopefully their scouting is going to be on point.
Water Treatment Hill is possible. The south of it, at least, should I say. There's a bit of a solid compound that's quite nicely on the northern edge of the circle where you can have as an anchor point and then spread out both to the east and to the west side. Secret team, like I said, wrapped around Flamingos, are in between Hacienda and the compound that I just mentioned, so they're really not looking too bad. Timeout did not opt to try and go towards Hacienda that I expected. Down on the south side, you have 4 out on the edge of Picado Hill, along with Virus on the top of Picado Hill.
So far, a lot of strong positions already taken. Savage of 77 is going to be taken on down. So Flamingo are getting involved. Like, they're really trying to be proactive as much as possible. They want to apply pressure and don't want to allow these teams to take these positions for free. They want to have a little bit of back and forth and get involved and show we are here. Do not peek or you're going to get punished. And by not peeking, they might not get as much information as they would really like. So good approach on that side at least. Secret Esports actually going for a nice little split. Nice little rotation up on the northwestern side. Obito is going to have to join up eventually, just getting maybe some last-second information. But overall, their position should be good. And their question now is the spot of Secret actually going to be in the circle? Apparently not. Big southern hardship this time around. The high ground position is super, super valuable. Picado, sorry, not Picado, I was saying. Picado's not in circle, but I was going to say Hacienda del Patron is not in circle. And now Virus in a really good spot. And if they can be careful of that breach on the west by Occupy, they could be looking golden for this game.
X5, their investment has crashed. The stock and value of Hacienda has plummeted down to the ground. Max, why did you just say it? No, of course it's not something you can massively predict. Whereas the side of 4 out, they couldn't have asked for a better circle shift in their favor down south. F5R on that northeastern side of the circle by the side of the road. They have a valuable spot to take down the likes of Team Soul and even X5 coming from Hacienda del Patron. You can see Zcon on your screens right now, cusping over the edge of the hill, looking for the shots on the Team Soul.
Hey, look, Imperium, I never said I was an investment professional, okay? I am a professional in the sense that if I tell you to do something and to invest in it, invest in the other thing, just not that, okay? That's how you do it.
When I talk to Sandstorm about stuff like this, he always says, hashtag not a financial advisor. That's what
exactly.
Hashtag not a financial advisor.
I think they should go in that compound. We're going to go to the one completely opposite. And they wouldn't, actually. We'll see. The X5, at least they're on the move. At least they're trying to peek out. They did get a lot of information, but 66 Esports and also Timeout Egypt are right behind their current location. So, got to be a little bit careful. You might get surrounded. Plus, you have to cross that road. So it's not a good location for X5 to really hold on to right now. They are getting pushed. They're getting a little bit moved around like a ragdoll. It's not fun time for them to be there. But Virus, they're getting pushed a little bit over that ridge, so it can be a little bit scary as Timeout Egypt now currently taking a fight versus 66 Esports. They're not in the best position to take that fight. Still not into the circle.
Yeah, they've got to take the fight against Secret Team and Secret Esports. In my opinion, they shouldn't have allowed Secret Esports to get as close to them as they should have. Should have been watching their backs more heavily, and a knock does come through onto Aerox. So that's going to be even more pressure laid down onto the side of Timeout.
Now have to see 66 what are you going to do on this one. They showed some good prowess last game in their way to finish off the game. Didn't quite get the win, but they got close enough. Now with their smoke road, using this much utility, you know they're going to have to use utility after they make it to the circle, right, Imperium? So being out of utility on phase 4, when you know you're going to have to push any open later on down the line, not a good precedent to be following. So I'm a little bit skeptical as their capability to make it further in this game other than this phase 4. Phase 5, I think, might be their downfall if the circle is not really in their favor. We'll see, though, Secret also on the move, leaving the northern edge, and they're way further back compared to 66 Esports. So 66 might be looking at this like, if we eliminate them, we get all their utility, they could survive a little bit longer.
Shots from Kappa Yaxi, trying to find out another one of the players of Timeout. But remember what Secret Esports did in the first game, right? They came in a little bit later on towards the phase 4 circle, and they were able to punish your team along the way. It's going to be a bit harder this time around. One of their players gets knocked.
Well, Grim, you've got to be careful how you're holding that spot. Circle's about to shift once again, and that's it, I believe, for Team Occupy. They just got pinched by Flamingo and Virus, so the two high ground position teams are doing good, but now there's not very good amount of high ground positions on that hilltop, so Virus and Flamingo might have to fight one another, unfortunately enough, and only one team will be able to come out on top. While Secret Esport Hackshot is still there, standing strong, but the team is not going to be able to say the same thing. It's Timeout in the background, just trying to move away from the blue zone, but they're really engulfed in it. And look at that barrage of teams up north, Imperium. That wall is impossible to cross. It feels like an Attack on Titan episode right now. The Titans might cross it, but timeout, Egypt, I don't think so.
You got no space roadside and a pocket full of dreams. That's all the teams can really hope for. And like the last game, though, I think relying or focusing on elimination points at this stage for those northern teams is a priority, right? So 66 Esports, Secret Esports, ASSK, the last players of X5, get your gloves out, get yourselves dirty, and look for those elimination points.
Here we go, 66 Esports. They're going to pull the trigger. They want to make the cross happen. They make it over. That's the hardest part, but another team on the receiving end. And you have a little bit of a high gun advantage, actually. If you can get the first initial knock, that could be huge for 66. And I believe they might just get it. We'll see in the elimination feed as it pops off. 46, though, also taking the fight of their own on the northern western edge. A lot of teams currently playing around them, but then dip locations. If team gets close, Imperium, I think their position can easily be compromised. 66, that's the team you need to take down. 46 already going to be losing down Madlol. That's a good angle too. But man, absolute hell has broken loose up north, and I'm not sure many teams will be able to stand strong for the long term.
Good effort by X5. They were the first team to push towards 46 Lude, and unlike Secret Esports in last game and this game, just pushing a bit too early meant that they got third party by the likes of 66 Esports. 46 Lude, they have 46 angles they need to be aware of, because like that first game, they're surrounded by teams.
Yeah, surrounded by teams, and maybe down to 3 players too. If they can't pull off that res, would be unfortunate enough. They made it work out good for them in game 1. We'll see if game 2 will be the same. ASSK also, they're a little bit further ahead of the teams, but is that, are they really any safer? I'm not too sure. At least they can keep the pressure down on a 46 loot. So maybe also get the res onto Binar. But ASSK, here you go. That's the push from Secret Esports. They want to get involved. Only one player, Obito, is left alive. He's trying to zoom his way into the circle while One Shot is getting involved in the kill feed. There you go, spots one player, Obito, though, straight down into the dip. Hoping to not get detected, but I don't think it's going to be a good long-term plan.
46 Esports survive another engagement, and now they have ASSK to deal with. Also, the final player of F5R could get involved on a little bit of a cheeky backstab. This is incredible as the next circle shifts over to the east. 4 out, couldn't ask for a better shift.
Oh, this is great for them, but man, if you're Virus, do you just breach this? I mean, all the teams are BD Norse.
Yeah.
They can't third-party that fight. It's impossible for them to third-party that fight. Do you get into your cars? If they have any, by the way, that's a big question. If they don't have any, that's impossible. If they do, just breach it and leave all the other teams fight, and you just instantly try and fight for the chicken dinner right now on phase 6. Something to keep in mind.
You bring up a good point. For me, I would just try and once again go for as many eliminations as possible, as the teams who are outside the circle are somewhat forced to. They do have a little bit of an angle to push in, but as of right now, they're waiting. They're actually pushing more up north, out of the circle as Aloosh steps up, tries to get his spray, doesn't work out. He's going to be eliminated.
Oh man, Virus really want this. They're going for the full-on push. Capillo does get knocked away, and I believe the flush is just around the corner. It's not going to be an easy one to get back up on his 2 feet, and he's about to bleed out. Here you go, taking a fight. Oh, no, it's not looking good, Imperium. It's very infectious what's going on here, and Virus aren't looking too fresh. So now he's going to be a push, a one-on-one, though. The rest of the team is not there to back him up. It doesn't matter. Shroud is shut down, and Virus will get eliminated in 5th position. Only 4 teams remain, and 46 Slu are standing strong as the 3-man crew with 8 eliminations to their name.
Great opportunity by Virus, and honestly, I don't hold it against them, right? A team that's not afraid to take a fight like that, especially compared to the first game, that's a positive in my eyes, despite them going out. 46 to survive once again, and for the 2nd game in a row, they're into the top 3.
This is free for 4 out. This is so free. There is no way in hell this isn't a chicken dinner for 4 out. We'll see. Of course, how things are going to go, though. Here you go. Let's rush. Aibod's going to be getting knocked out right away. Faisal is still there to back it up, but he's clearly aiming for a 2nd place finish. He just wants to outlive 46 Loot, but 46 Loot don't want to allow that to happen. They want that flush. Hazem is there with a nade. Thing is, their car, they can't afford it. What a nade coming out! And Hazem gets it done, eliminates the team and secures a 2nd place minimum for the crew. But now the next objective for them is to go for 4v4 push onto this compound held down by 4 out, and without cars in working fashion, I don't really expect it to work out.
There's no guarantee that the next shift does stayed in the direction of 4 out.
True.
And with 3 of the players of 46 Loot making it into the edge of the circle, they put themselves in the best possible chance of winning this game without being able to breach the compound.
I think he spotted Hazam there. Was going to peek in there with that 4x. No, he knows the players over there with those cars. They're going to try and use those cars as barricades. I like that little off angle. 4 out being oddly proactive. That sure, their building is not in play, but the angle from Reckless is so good. It's a ridge, really hard to push out. The only way to push you out is with a nade, technically at this point. And if he gets rid of Hazem, he gets the best angle to really shut down the 2 other players of the team. Reckless, got to be careful how you peek, mate. He gets a little bit of nade, trades towards Hazem. Doesn't get the knock, but Fahad might be the one to secure it.
This is the best for 4 out. They're outside the circle. 46 Loot do have technically the circle advantage.
Good nade, a little bit of damage, a little tickle onto Hazem. Peeks out above, and the knock, that's huge, but it's traded away. But they can't flush out Reckless, and Hazem cannot get rezzed up. This is a win trade for 4 out. Now it's a 3v2 in their favor. Shithos are gonna try and run on down the hilltop. Surprised he's not punished yet. Takes the fight. Oh my word! Almost gets the knockdown onto Suppy. But he doesn't get it yet. They're going to go for the res onto Reckless.
Go for the revive?
Go for the revive on Hazem. That is risky. He got naded in that exact spot. Another nade. You're done. I would not recommend it, but he's giving it a shot.
This is ballsy. Shorty, they know that he's going for the revive with how he's moved down that hill.
But the issue is one of their teammate, Mohammed, gets knocked and instantly flushed out. So it's a 2v3, back to the same situation we came from. Actually, 2v4, there's another player on an angle. So far, I can't even see him. The party bus push is happening. He's got Thompson to a lot of bullets. Great for a clutch situation, but not great in the late game against some armor. Look at that. Also, Nawaf is going for the wide angle over to the southwestern edge. He's really trying to pinch down 46 Loot Imperium, man. I don't think they can make it out alive. I think we are looking at the finish of this game as Nawaf suffers a lot of damage, but doesn't get knocked away. That's the push. Speed's there on the front line. The nade comes on through onto Hitos. He's going to be gone from the game, and that's about it, Imperium. 46 Loot will not take the win, and it will be the side of 4 out, securing himself the second chicken dinner of the day. Number 4. Number 2.
little bit far ahead of the game there. I like it. Look, 46 Loot, they put up a hell of a fight once again, and definitely a cleaner game from them on the hills of San Martin. 4 out in their own right. Yes, arguably a lot of circle look in their favor, but I really like that when they saw 46 Loot had made their way down the hill into the edge of the circle, they knew at that point that if they had have stayed passive in those buildings, there was, like I mentioned, there was no guarantee that the next circle was going to stay in those buildings. So they had to be proactive, and that spread was really the big antithesis for them closing out that game. So well done to the 4 out for grabbing that win off the back of their proactivity in the late game.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking that I do still believe that Virus could have gone for the breach onto 4 out. They had the numbers. I do think they had the cars. I didn't quite see the exact location, but I believe they had maybe a buggy or 2 that was ready to go. I think that was maybe an opportunity for them to get out of that rut that was happening northwest and be like, okay, we're not aiming for just no simple podium finish here. We're aiming for the win, and I think that push could have happened. It is a hard decision to go for, right? It is like, or you go for the eliminations, clear all the northwestern side, and you're securing like a podium finish minimum, or you go for the big play and try and take out 4 out. And if you do, maybe a chicken dinner is going to be happening. But that's going to be about it. Yeah.
Like they made their decision for the side of Virus, and they stuck to it. And compared to the first game, like I said, where they pushed down the hill, but they didn't really push onto Flamingo, I think that was an improvement from Virus in that second game.
I do agree. At the end of the day, it did work out really good for them. So I'm hoping we can see more consistency. I mean, we looked at Virus, definitely. Right? A team that we were thinking like they could potentially get themselves another good game here. 46 Loot, a team that has had another good performance, right? So 46 Loot really set themselves up as like a big contender here. So can they make it happen again? That's my question. We're only 2 games in. We still got 3 more remaining. But one thing we do have to remember, guys, is that once again, this tournament here, the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you very much to them for putting this tournament together. Without them, this would not be possible. Man, Going to go back to Wrangle after this match, but before that, we're normally going to be having a break very, very soon to see how things are going to be panning out, so we can actually break down what the hell is going on with the stats. We'll see you guys right after this.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
4 out, securing himself the second chicken dinner of the day on Miramar, and in flying fashion, in fact, with, I would say, pretty much given circle, but they were so proactive, and it worked out just fine.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Some games, it goes your way when it comes to the circle shifts, but it doesn't mean you rest on your laurels in that sense. So 4 out, they certainly got a lot of luck, but they need to once again continue to move that momentum forward. A little bit similar to game 1, I think some teams' rotations were kind of weaker in Miramar, and I think it was exposed a bit more heavily, and maybe not understanding terrain. I also need to, of course, give a level of pass because of the fact that it's the first Miramar game of the tournament in that sense. So maybe I'm being too harsh when I say that. Again, I suppose I just want to see the best that the teams are capable of. So you could say my expectations are getting a little bit higher game to game.
That's great to hear, but at the end, we do have to remember, right, that there's only 2 Miramars, and we know that the first map of each is going to be a little bit tough on the a little bit rough around the edges.
Definitely.
This is the first Miramar. We're going to have another one tomorrow. Not tomorrow. It's going to be Sunday that data is going to be happening, but it is going to be a little bit tough. But anyways, looking at the leaderboards to see exactly how many points were taken back by the squad. And 4 out to get himself to 24 pointeroos on that first game with that chicken. 9 elims, really trying to bank down as many eliminations as possible in that compound.
Look at 46 loot though. 19 points in game 1, 21 points in game 2. That's exactly 20 points per game average. They are looking absolutely on fire so far. Virus Esports in their own right, 16 points in game 1, 13 points in this game 2. Even Flamingo, the winners of the first game, like I said, they needed to follow up, and I think they had one of the toughest rotations from that northeast San Martin Hill, right? Yep. And they did a great job of surviving as long as they could, picking up 5 eliminations and getting themselves a total of 7 points. It's not going to keep them in first, but again, when you're talking about that cushion, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, that's a fight and bank down on the fight versus, I believe it was Virus on a high ground position south of San Martin. So it was definitely not an easy fight to take, but at least they gave it a shot. And if they did win it, never know, might have been their chicken dinner. Though on the second page here, very low in points. It is very top heavy in terms of where the eliminations are spread, etc. Like down here is only like 1 elimination apiece. A little bit of tough times for the bottom 8 teams, it does seem to be. But 66 Esports, I thought they could go a little bit further, but it seemed like the lack of utility and that push across the road north was really, really tough for them to pull off.
Look, it can happen. I don't think they did a bad job. I feel like they could have been a bit more aggressive, right? If I'm going to take an example, even though it didn't work out for them, I'm going to take the example of Virus, right? When you commit to something, you need to commit to it fully. And even though they would have had a lack of information at that point, sometimes a Hail Mary play with a little bit of luck can go your way. Whereas I feel like 66 made it across the way and were hesitant at moments, and that allowed the likes of X5 to kind of survive a tiny bit longer, for the likes of 46 Loot to survive for a little bit longer, and yeah, they got a minimal amount of points because of it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go for that YOLO play in Pyramid. Sometimes it's going to work out, and a lot of the times it's not going to work out. You've got to take that risk eventually at some point, and you never know. If you do get the win off the back of that, it could be the difference maker and the reason why you make it into PMNC for your region, for the MENA region here in particular, or why you don't make it and you go back to the in-app qualifiers. We'll have to see. But one thing that we can definitely say is that we saw already in two single games, like some teams at the top that are coming back. We saw Virus again. We saw 46 Salute. Now we're going back onto Erangel. I'm interested to see if some of our teams will be able to come back in that spot. But I'm intrigued, Imperium, to answer one big question here, which is, who is going to be the MVP of our first Miramar of the tournament? I don't know if you have any name in mind, but I think it's a 4-out player. That's how much damage it might have done.
Really? Yeah, I was going to say 46.
No, you weren't. Don't do
when you. Yeah, no, I promise you, I was, because if you think of where they were in the map, him alone did 808 damage. The team as a whole were in a lot of engagements, and to still come out in second, yeah, it makes sense that one of the 46 new players is the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I was thinking Fallout might be one, but really the prediction I wanted to make was Virus was their position and the fact that they were just really getting involved in most of the fights. But I guess also the fact that 46 Loot won that fight versus Virus and then started taking a really big toll and putting some significant damage on most of the teams up north, then onto Fallout in the compound down east. I think that, yeah, it does add up pretty nicely. So yeah, Cheetos is going to be, I want to call him Cheetos, I don't know why, but Cheetos is going to be the one to actually get himself the MVP of this second game. And yeah, good to see from the fight of 46 Loot, and they did say that they're feeling good. During the interview, it was also mentioned, and so far they are living up to the expectations, Imperium.
Everything that Hamza said has kind of come true in terms of hoping to do well and doing a lot of preparation. What do you say, up to 16 games per day in the lead up to this?
Insane.
That's a lot of
job.
That's a lot of games. That's a lot of times. And look, that's if you want to, what is it they say? You fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. So you got to put in the groundwork to succeed, and it certainly shows with 46 Loot so far. They still will want to continue to adapt though, because that's something we saw in the European region, right?
Yeah.
Teams that started off well didn't necessarily end up well because some struggle to adapt. Cough Scream Squad, sorry guys, to use you as an example. But it's true, they will want to continue to adapt and be aware that teams around them will improve.
Yeah, now, especially more than ever, Imperium in this tournament for the MENA region, we are at the point where we're going to have the very first second map of an individual map, which in this case is going to be a wrangle. So we can already start maybe seeing these adaptations being made. You know, these changes can be made on the rotation, on the drop location, or how you approach those late game finishes. There's a lot of things that we can take into account. Is that going to be happening? We'll have to wait and see. We're just sheer minutes away from our third game of the day. And it's insane to think how fast these games actually go. We're already 2 games in. We're about to be 50% done for the first day. And this tournament's only 2 days long for a shot at $8,000 US. And potentially a way to get into PMNC. And after PMNC is PMPL. And then you'll have to fight versus Enigma Galaxy. You probably don't want to fight versus Enigma Galaxy. So maybe you want to stay in PMNC. No, just chill there. You're good.
Oh, whoa. Are you saying these teams should be afraid of going up against Enigma Galaxy?
Yes.
They're human. They're human like you and me, my friend.
They're not human. They're Enigma Galaxy, Imperium. They're Enigma.
They're not humans. They're galaxies, right? You know, they're out of orbit, out of this world. Good. No.
You kind of caught yourself back up at the end there, but I'm still going to say no. That's if this was America's Got Talent or MENA's Got Talent, that would be a big red button right there, and I'll say you're not coming to the finals. So I respect the attempt, Imperium. Don't worry too much about it. It's fine. It's fine. You can learn. You know, a little bit of poesy out there is completely fine. But I don't know what topic we're going to talk about right now. No, I thought we were going to look at the overall rankings. I believe we're going to wait a little bit to look at the overall rankings. We're still waiting and being told right now, so it's fine. We'll take a little bit of time to wait for that one.
No problem.
Yeah, it's completely fine. But also, this is the very first time we got a Snapdragon Pro Series around Imperium, and this is a reoccurring tournament that's going to be happening. So
it is.
For some teams that might struggle here, we saw that happening like the 4 other regions that have already finished, that already know which teams will be making it to PMNC. If you don't make it here, right, you're going to have next seasons that are going to be happening. Generations works true. I think it's a cool way to say it. So I think it's cool as teams are able to learn and just watch the PMPLs, PMGC at the end of the year and get that experience. I think that
of course.
You can have some shortcomings now, but you can still come back later on.
Yeah, ebbs and flows. You're not always going to succeed at the first opportunity or the first chance at something. And if anything, these teams have a bit of an opportunity to learn more from failing than they do from succeeding. I know that might sound weird, but it's certainly, there's an element of truth to it. And yeah, just get back on the horse. That's all I'd say to the teams that don't make it into the PMNC. And also just want to kind of highlight how amazing it is to see the technology around enabling players of PUBG Mobile to play at their best with the growth of the Snapdragon devices, right? And how powerful the chips are in terms of giving the best FPS, the best quality of games, so that these players can perform at their best.
Yeah, I do hear that the overall rankings are currently ready, Imperium, so we're going to take a quick little peek as to exactly how many points are secured by some of our top teams and who's going to be in that first place right now. You know, I think that there's a big chance that 46 Loot might be the one to be up there, but here we go. 46 Loot indeed are up there, and not by any other margin, Imperium. They're up there with a 7-point lead on second place, 40 points already, and still counting. This team is looking pretty set when it comes to their first day of play.
It makes sense, right? I'm going to be on the back foot from 46 Loot because they've yet to win a game, but I do appreciate the amount of points they got. The distribution of eliminations and placements, even though it's only 2 games, I'd like to see become a bit tighter, because if you look at Flamingo and Virus directly behind them, yes, they have a decent cushion, but 16 and 17, 13 to 16 from a trend standpoint are much closer together and should allow Flamingo to fare out in a little bit of a stronger way. We're only 2 games in, so I don't want to be too harsh. 46 Loot will feel confident being in the #1 spot.
Yeah, though when you're looking at 4 outright, out of those placement points, one of those was because of the chicken dinner, so he got himself 15 out of the 16 points was one single game in placement points. And did they get 9 eliminations in that game too? I think the number 9 is, yeah, they actually got 9, so they had 1 placement point in game #1. I think that's fair to say. A little bit inconsistent. I know it's very early, like you can't say consistent and inconsistent in like only 2 games, right? But
you can't really know.
It can set a precedent of like, we know that this team sometimes can't deal with hard situations, with hard chess or hard fights, so it can be a little bit scary. Hopefully 4 Out will be able to pick themselves a little bit up after that first game, but they got themselves a win, so they picked themselves up. Now they can try and keep that pace. That's exactly what I want to see, but towards the bottom a little bit, 66 Esport, get themselves some decent points through and through on those last 2 games, but on page 2, Secret Esports currently was 10 points total in this game, looking to maybe get himself a little bit more in game #3.
Yeah, look, the bottom 6, sorry, yeah, the bottom 6, no, 4 teams, 5 teams, there you go, get it right. That's Seoul, Occupy, Time Out Egypt, Middle East Assassins, and Syrian Tiger Forces. They will really want to pick themselves back up coming into this game 3, because, yeah, okay, X5 squad are still in the bottom page, but they're in double digits, right? To be on single digits after 2 games is not ever where you want to be. With still 8 more games to go, the opportunity is there, and in this second Erangel game, I say no better time to pick the pace up.
Exactly, we're going to be speeding things up now, ladies and gentlemen, as you get into game #3 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region by PMCO. Seeing how things are going to be changing up. Not as kind of a playing path, might I say. It's going to be pretty southern on the southern river between the mainland and Southern Africa Island. Some teams like to drop north, which there were a few, and there was 2 teams in Yasnaya Poliana might have to eye out opportunities for a secondary drop location, which even teams in PMPL sometimes lack secondary drop locations, so I'm hoping here, at least, some teams will have that up in their back pocket and ready to use.
It's not as harsh of a playing path as I was thinking initially, no, because I thought it was going from kind of Novo straight towards Pomorsk, so it was like very southerly, but that lean up the north in the western side does at least make it a little bit easier, especially for the teams that want to go up towards North George and South George respectively. Team Seoul will have an early drop down by Sosnovka military base. 46 Loot are looting up Milta for the time being, and is that going to be 2 teams around Milta Power, Middle East Assassins, and is that X5, I think? So an early battle in Milta Power could be the name of the game, unless Middle East Assassins are using the vehicles to get out of Dodge.
Yeah, very similar circle to game 1 on Erangel, actually, so teams should be pretty familiar with how things are going to go here. Seoul could decide to also go for a very early rotation, but yeah, Milta Power, a little bit contested, it seems. Hoping he's not going to result in too much damage coming out, but right now here with the Uzi, going to go for the breach side, and he's going to be knocked on down, and double, I thought for a second, but no, seemed like they're going to get him back up on his 2 feet. Leader's there to back him up with his hand pistol. But let's rush. They want to go for the early game rush, it seems. Mohamed might be able to get the res onto Ragnar, hopefully so. 4 more seconds on the clock. Hopefully the push doesn't happen, but they're pushing right now. The nade in hand for Faisal. He does get the res, but doesn't have the time to go for the first aid, and that's one nade. Gets the knock once again. Mohamed left solo. He's trying his best to spray, gets a knock, but gets absolutely overwhelmed. And that's 2 easy early elims going away of Let's Rush.
They live up to their name. They rushed it off the back of losing a player. A lot of other teams would have just given up that elimination. But Let's Rush wanted that little bit of revenge, and indeed they got it. Back up as a 3-person team, Erox pushes forward. He's one of 2 remaining players for timeout, and they're together looking for the shots, looking for the utility. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Relying on the wall is not where you're going to want to be for the side of timeout, Max.
Yeah, if they got some nades in hand, it could be a little bit tricky. They already used some nades, and they haven't had time to loot too much, so they might already be out of nades. So that could be to the advantage of timeout Egypt, but you're assuming when you do that. And assumption is not something you want to do, especially in the early game. It might be the cause of your demise.
Do you know what they say about assumption?
No.
Assumption makes an ass out of you and me.
I think I already heard you say that before.
Yeah.
Is this your quote? Did you invent that, Imperium?
No, I didn't invent it, but I am looking to trademark it.
Oh, wow. Wait, so you didn't... Wait, what? You didn't invent it, but you want to so you want to steal it?
Well, no. No, if something isn't trademarked, and you trademark it, that's not stealing it. For example, did you know that, I believe the mouse, the computer mouse, was, I believe, invented by Apple, but they didn't trademark it. I believe Microsoft trademarked it for a period of time. Or, you know, as far as I know, copyrighted either way, or patented. I think patented is a better word rather than, yeah, I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm just letting yourself dig yourself deeper and deeper. We'll have to.
I know, right? Thanks for like not speaking up and taking over, because I was like,
no,
oh wait.
We'll have to get some lore on Snapdragon now. You know, like talking about others, we got to get Snapdragon lore. That's going to be your task, Imperium, for day 2 of
They invented dragons.
I think Imagine Dragons might have done that. They imaginated it, and then Snapdragon created it. No? I think that's the law of dragons. There you go. We're going in depth. I should write a book. We'll get there.
Anyway, the game is continuing.
Yeah.
Teams are being obviously, and you hit the nail on the head. Even earlier on, right? Teams are being a little bit less centralized in the early circles. It kind of makes sense, especially with this kind of phase 1. There is still that threat of military island, and if you go too deep to the center to circle, you can get somewhat pinched. Virus Esports are sticking towards the coastal line of the mainland, which does make sense. And 46 Loot currently looting up Milt. They don't want to hang around there for too often. On a side note, Middle East Assassins did use the vehicles they picked up on that kind of Milta Power roadside, and they make their way up to Lipovka. This is a very important thing to make note of as well, because not only have they given themselves quicker rotation timings, but they've also eliminated the ability for X5 to move out of Milta Power early in this game as quickly as they would like. So Middle East Assassins doing something very, very positive for themselves by going for those vehicles outside of Milta Power.
Yeah, they're not really peeking too much into X5's position, so I think X5 might have heard the cars will go north. I think they are very aware of what might be lingering up north of Milta Power, so I think they're just going to avoid it as much as possible, which I think is a very smart play. What is a play? Is it a smart play? I don't know yet. It is the fact that we're having some teams positioning themselves up north of the Eastern Bridge, and you have Team Soldier all going for the rotation. So we're going to see a few sparks happening over there, Imperium, very, very soon. And we're going to see how it's going to go, but 46 Salute are looking for a potential early altercation and want to get the early gatekeep down onto Seoul. And if you can bank on 4 easy eliminations in the early game, go for it, feel free, because Seoul go for it game after game, it seems, on this map.
Phase 1 of the previous Orango game was more centralized, i.e. away a little bit more from the Eastern Bridge, so Seoul had a easier task of moving over to the mainland inside Phase 1. In this game, it's trickier because of a more Eastern centralization, and I like this from 46 Loot. They won't want to hold on to a bridge camp, in my opinion, because you're giving up a lot of strong structural area outside of farm or in farm or around farm, right? And you're not kind of watching your backs enough. But in terms of sending and suppressing a team back early in the game, in the form of Team Soul, it's a positive movement from 46 Loot.
That's a positive one indeed. They're just going to be holding that position for now. Never know. Nice little spread also having one play. I would prefer 2-2 normally. I don't know how you would usually play this bridge camp Imperium. If you would play this position, I think a 3-1 is a little bit ballsy. I think a 2-2 is a lot stronger to hold on to. But overall,
I think 3-1 in the opposite direction, believe it or not. If not, you hit the nail on the head as well with a 2-2. I think this kind of 3-1 is the worst of the spreads.
The reason why, so banking on the 3-1 splits, and the reason I know that you love your 3-1 splits, but I'm going to explain why I'm not a fan of the 3-1 splits.
Okay, go for
it.
it.
A 3-1 split falls apart very easily if you're not in a position that
more easy than a 2-2 split.
By it. Yeah, reason why? If your player that's in a solo split is solo, normally you would have your player that's solo in a very strong position. It's very easy to defend solo. I get it, but even then you have an issue, which is nice shot from Hunter. But if that one player gets knocked, your 3-1 split falls apart instantly. Compared to 2-2, if you actually get one player knocked, you can get the res and your comp still stay strong. Right? That's my thought process to why I
you're not wrong. However, when you're looking to defend an area such as a bridge camp, and especially on that side of the bridge, if you have a full team crashing you with, let's say, 2, maybe 3 vehicles, surviving as a duo is just as hard as surviving as a solo, right? In my opinion. So, if you stick as a duo there, you have a risk of losing 2 players instead of just 1 player. That's why I prefer, for the most part, a 3-1 split.
Yeah, I think 3-1 splits are like more situational than a 2-2 though. 2-2 can work like any time. But there you go. Hey, it's a nice conversation. I think it's cool that we disagree on some points. And it is. Fresh, get a little dynamic. You know? Definitely don't want to have 2 of us like as shot callers on a team though. That would be pretty bad. Like, you go 3-1, no, we go 2-2, and then we fight and we like nade each other. No, you don't want that. Avoid that.
Well, here's the thing though. Whoever is, and this goes for any team on a little bit of a serious note. I know you were saying that as a bit of a joke, but whoever is the dedicated shot caller, whatever call they make, the team goes for it. Even if they don't agree, they have to go for it, right? Because you fight as one, you rotate as one, you're on the same page as one. Because if you're not, then you're part of the problem, not a part of the solution. If that makes sense.
I think the best way to say it, right, is that it's better to do a mistake as a 4-man crew than to do a good play but split.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So, yeah, I think that's you increase your odds significantly by just winning the fight by sheer numbers. Compared to you're doing your own thing, you're basically playing solos. Though currently a player that is playing solos right here is going to be Srab for Syrian Tiger Forces, team that we haven't seen too much of in the last 2 games, but M7MD is going to be able to get a great first initial knock there. But they did spawn into this game. Unfortunately, Imperium as a 3-man crew. Already lost 1 down to duo. But nah, barely wins the trade-off. But M7MD still there, but currently in a 1v3 scenario. Not looking too good. Montra wants to defend it, but they want to push it. They want to get multiple angles under control. You want to be careful. You get rid of this one. But I think there was an instant headshot into a body shot, and that's going to be it for Syrian Tiger Forces. Eliminated in 16th position.
Both teams are in a position off the back of 2 games of being in a bad spot, so nice to see at least one team benefiting heavily from that engagement, and that is ASSK. We didn't really talk about Phase 2. It did shift up towards the northeast, so the likes of Shelter, Prison Hill are a lot more viable for these teams for the most part because of that shift over to the northeast. More of the teams are clustered around that western side, so outside of Potato Hill, where you have, for example, Middle East Assassins, who did get a couple of eliminations on the virus, by the way, have that roadside and the hill around that area absolutely on point. Let's Rush, who were in an early engagement, albeit being whittled down to 2 players, are on that kind of northern side outside of Mansion, and outside of that, 66 are still in the blue of Phase 2, Max.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see them up there. They're purple colored team and like the blues in. It's very hard for my like lazy eyes to really spot that one out. But good for the rotation up north of Yasnaya Poliana. Cool with that one. We saw a really good fight. Unfortunately, we didn't see it on the feed, but we did see on the mini map there for a second. Imperium 4 out, taking a very strong fight and picking up what I think is 3 eliminations on F5R. So, hey, heads up to them. That was a really good fight. And I did say, game 1, very low performance. Game 2, absolutely bang of a game. And I want to see more of Game 2. I want to see more of that Miramar action they showed us in that second game. So hopefully they can hold themselves up to it. Though, next phase is about to shift for phase 3. And it's about to go, I would believe, more central, which it does. As you like to call it, Imperium, the donut shift. Not cooked evenly, though, but still a donut shift.
Yeah, it's not a donut. Donuts are cooked evenly. My name's Max, man. I'm an expert cook.
I actually bake quite a lot, Imperium. You know that.
Look, man, unless I get proof of that baking in the form of an actual cake on my doorstep, I don't believe it.
Okay. Come over to France. I'll make you a...
Beautiful. Anyway, yeah, with that circle shift, the good thing with that circle shift is most of the teams are already inside the circle. Secret team are going for a wild push from that northwestern edge down deep into the circle, and they're going for the hillside. It's a confident push. They're going in with little information, so they're going to have to react very, very quickly.
I'm a big fan of the mini split from Virus, though, inside a farm. If they play around that position well enough and they are willing to regroup in time and just keep teams at bay, there shouldn't be an issue. There's an issue, though, for Timeout Egypt, it seems, as they get eliminated in 15th. Only 1 elim to their name. Feels bad, man, but there's still more games to come, so we'll see them again. They can chill, play a few little solos if they want in the lobby. They'll be having a little bit of fun before getting back in game number 4 on Sanhok. Though, teams trying to wrap around. Going to be ASSK still zoning around on the western edge, playing it chill, don't really want to get involved with a lot of these teams. Other than that, 66 Esports finally about to reach the circle Imperium. For the first time in a decade, it seems, they're going to be making it up on the northeastern edge of Shelter. No teams are there, luckily enough. Without any scouting, they enter one position where no teams are, so they will be safe for at least this next circle.
Team Soul's patience was rewarded with that rotation on the eastern bridge. I don't like 46 loot split. I don't get them having that many players inside. Like, what I don't see what Hazam is. Yeah, I don't see what Hazam is providing beneficially to the rest of his team. Hitos should be able to cover both the southern and the eastern edge of the circle, right from where he is at the moment. Hazam, to me, is providing no value to the team at the moment, plus that kind of 1-1, technically what is a little bit of a 1-1 split on that northern side. If a team decided to crash that, ain't no way in blue hell you're really gonna survive that. So far so good, as Hazam joins up closest to Shitos. Team Soul, like I said, holding on to the southern side in a solid split, and that Virus positioning that they have has kind of gathered a little bit closer together, and I think that's a product of the fact that they lost a player early on and they're hesitant to be too heavily split in this kind of circle at this point in the game.
WT5 though in a really nice position. It's a good high ground spot. They can get a lot of information on teams like ASSK, potentially even the side of Secret Esports. There's a lot of potential value from that spot, and especially now being in the circle, if they regroup as a 4-man, this could really reward them with a lot of information. Maybe eliminations if it goes well, but Frama here from Team Sol with that Orm in hand can be a dead.
Love the sound.
Easy opportunities, but the buddies don't hit. But it is ASMR Imperium. Like, we can agree.
It is, man. It is. Sounds like good. The second I heard,
do it
I
again.
was like, oh, these.
Give me more.
Give me more. Actually, you know what I might try and do? I might try and actually get the sound of an AMR as like my message tone or something like that. Actually, no, that wouldn't be a good idea.
That would be a bad idea. What the hell?
That wouldn't be a good idea. What am I saying? Yeah, Jesus, I take that back completely.
And just shooting, like,
yeah, I know. Sorry. Yeah,
you're menace to society, Imperium. What's Jesus, I don't know. It's casting crazy, man. Here. Okay, fair enough. We'll see. 66 Esports, though, looking to get a little bit more free real estate in the circle. They do get himself a decent... I mean, a decent... I was going to call it a decent spot. It really isn't. Okay, Imperium. They're not in the center circle. They're in a position where their cars can get popped. The wheels can get popped. I don't think this is a good long-term option. But for now, at least he's alive. No one popped their car, so you might use it while you still can. I think his teammate just left it. Okay, he didn't leave him. He's just went around the side trying to get himself into the position. There's still a 4-man crew, so that's good. While 46 Loot are trying to also breach their way into the circle. And really, Imperium, you're looking at this circle. You're looking at the center of this circle. You want to dodge it like the plague. Like, you want to play edge,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's what most of these teams are trying to do. Center is not playable right now.
Surprisingly, that western edge is generally unoccupied. Decided Team Soul go for the push on towards the side of 4 out. They have whittled down a couple of the players. The final player from from 4 out is down on that south side of the road. Still inside the circle, but in no position to take the fight.
Wow.
Oh, I speak too soon. 4 out, get a nade. They have a player still alive inside that compound. And they take down Team Soul.
Yeah, only one elimination too for them, so Team Soul not able to go the entire way of this game. It seems unfortunate for them. Though, 46 loot, still suffering a little bit of casualties. Again, some knocks happening. Gotta leave. Be careful, the molly's gonna be spreading. Right, that time, Zoro there. Not lost. Right in that position. He's feeling good about himself with those mollies, but in a lot of time with the lack of visibility with that smoke, the mollies, the nades. Wants to make sure he's not gonna get pushed. He is trying to play for the long game. He is hoping the Team Imperium here that's down below of this building of 46 loot will try and leave and not commit to the push. Which so far, he's the only player in this building, so he should be safe for now.
You got 66 Esports by one side, you got Virus on the other side.
Oh,
this
no.
is a massive pinch from the side of 46 loot. Zoro with the UMP inside the smoke tries to go for the shots, but they don't quite work out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go for the first aid though. Doesn't have too many of those. But let's try on that one. Not sure if that was a nade or potentially... It was a nade, unfortunately got stuck into the staircase. Nice attempt though, due respect. He tried to play a little game of squash, it seems. Zoro trying to smoke it himself once again. 46 loot trying to push out. X5 also entering the eastern fight from farm. And they're about to be engulfed into the blue. Not too fun, but Zoro can third party this one. He's in the perfect angle to spread mayhem on the east. Get too much done with that first initial spray. Got to wait, then they're going to be engulfed in the blue. The damage is coming out. A lot of smokes, but it's not a smoke road. They've really dispersed it all over the place. Zoro might be able to pick up 3, 4, 5 eliminations for free in that location.
Remember earlier at the start of the game when I said Middle East Assassins took the vehicles away from X5 and it might come to haunt X5? Well, you're seeing the product of it. Going on foot down the hill towards farm, you're asking for trouble. And down go X5. 11 teams left, 33 players alive.
Yeah, X5 46 loot really struggling to make it away from the eastern edge. So Zoro still in his eternal 1v1, it seems. The 100-year war actually is in PUBG Mobile right here. It's going to be Hazem versus Zoro. Still looking for a way to end that fight with some utility, but they're using utility back and forth. Once again, you're going to need that utility to fight versus Virus eventually. With the push happening, Zoro going to have to hold that position with the UZ. Oh, not the UZ, sorry, the UMP. He will lose the fight, and Hazem will stand strong with his own respective UMP.
The majority of the fight was like when you're in school and two kids are having a fight, but it's not really a fight. It's more of a just kind of shoving each other around, you know, and calling each other names. But in the end, it was 46 loot to become the bully of the house and come out on top against FR5 and keep his game alive. The circle has centered up. You got the Baron, open lands around farm, occupying the majority of the circle, Max.
Talking about bullies, I thought you were talking about personal experience, man. If you want to talk about it, I'm always here. Though, Hunter here is going to try and bully the opponents against him. While Team Occupy down to 1 is going to be 740. 74Q, should I say. Looks like a 0, but it's fine. We'll hold on to it. Yusef in the car. Trying to zoom his way around it, but 66 Esport got a massive 2-1 split currently, and Dikax Imperium is actually dead center of this circle. Currently remaining undetected, so there's a chance. Okay, I say that he got knocked. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he got knocked.
Jinxed it for him, it does seem, but 74Q trying to keep his teammates alive. Maybe that smoke will allow him to go for the double res.
I mentioned earlier about how the western edge of these circles, or at least the previous couple of circles, were relatively unoccupied when there were a couple of compounds in play. That's still been the case, and ASSK has had so much space to work with coming into these circles. And yeah, okay, Wonder Players is locked, but the revive should come through to get back up as a full squad, and they're in prime position to control this game, right? Because again, they're one of really 2 max teams who are on that western side of the circle.
We do have that radio tower still in play, though. I would have loved to see a team potentially go up there, but you can't go up there. You go up there, you're eliminated. Wait, is there a player up there right now? Or ASSK? I'm not sure. I might be mistaken. He is! There's 2 up there. Oh, I didn't think they made it. What? Oh, and they're right into the... You must be kidding me. I've been wanting to see a circle like this. Imperium was a team actually up in the radio tower for so long, but it's happening now.
Should they stay there? Should they really stay there?
Hell yeah!
Both
Stay
players?
there. Of course.
Oh, okay.
Of course,
okay,
you
that's
hold
interesting.
on to that 2-2 split. A player gets knocked, you get the rest because you got a little cabin up there. You can get safe inside the cabin, and you're going to heal up. You get the information. You're looking good. Just the one thing that's great for them in particular, there's no team to the west, so you can be super safe over to the western side of that building.
Also, the biggest thing that they have in their favor is that all the other teams around them need to try and fight their way into the circle, and they're more likely going to be fighting each other, right? Secret Esports are doing a great job of doing the majority of their grunt work 4 out, or have been able to push it on towards that central side. They're actually going right in towards the middle of the circle. They're going in blind. That could bite them in the butt.
I really usually hate these farm finishes, but this is going to be a fun one. This is going to be like fishing in a barrel for ASSK Esports. Already up to 6 elims, and you know that they are aiming for that double-digit elimination count, Imperium. It's about to happen. Spots another player. That's elim number 7. And 3 more, they'll be making it up there. Player comes out, but it is so good, Imperium. It is so good. And Binar is really making full use of it. And he's the solo player currently standing up there.
And that's the thing, I much prefer that it's a 3-1 split rather than a 2-2 split, because you got to have the bodies on the ground to protect your area inside the circle, and 4 out are going to get eliminated. ASSK couldn't ask for a better game so far.
They couldn't ask care for a better
There you go.
I don't know if that was intentional on the other side, but I really wanted to make it clear that was
It
the
really
intent.
wasn't, dude. But it
Okay.
should have been.
It should have been. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same wavelength. But one shot here. Not playing with a weapon that's really one shots, but multiple shots should be enough if he gets the spray down in time. And Bernard with the AKM from the top of the tower is raining absolute hell on his foes.
Perfect.
And he's playing it just how he should. He's flying all over the place. Oh, okay, he's fine. He's cool. He's cool. I thought he was dropping for a second. Like, what's
I'd love to know how much damage he'll have at the end of this game from that tower, because, man, he's doing a lot of grunt work.
Yeah. I mean, there's one main threat to playing that position, Imperium, is not having enough ammo. Like, no joke, it's actually the main issue. You spray so much, if you're out of ammo, you're going to struggle. Good spray, though, from Hunter there, still trying to fight. This is currently a fight, I would say, Imperium, for second place. WT5 going for the push onto Secret Esports, but Secret Esports are holding on strong. Only Hackshot and Obito remain. They're going to go for the res. They're not going to flush it. They got 0 eliminations, though. They're clearly playing for those placements.
I'm curious as to why W175 only sent 1 player towards that shack. Maybe it would have been a better idea to send 2 players, but I also understand it. But now they're going to send another solo player, and that has a bit of a problem, and he's going to get knocked. And why are you going in one by one?
Exactly, they're getting 1 by 1. What is this about? Oh, no, W7. Things aren't looking good. And Bernard keeps getting involved. He keeps picking the knocks. He keeps picking the kills. And that's it. That's going to be W7 eliminated in 3rd. And now it's time to see if they can close off the chicken dinner. And I think Bernard, you know exactly where they are. There's nowhere in hell they're escaping from that position. You can just come down, get involved, join the party, join the team, join your crew. And party. As you know, this chicken dinner is in fact in the bag.
This team struggled in the first 2 games. I believe 2 to 3 points. First 2 games. Well, they've kickstarted their Snapdragon Pro Series finals with what is most likely a chicken dinner.
Secret Esports have been getting bullied. They got no meds. They're all on like 15 HP right now.
Look at the armor and look at the vest and helmet.
I'm surprised his backpack is not damaged at this point. Like, what's going on? Oh, ASSK going for the infamous little bit of an off angle. If I'm Secret, I'm looking at my health bar. I'm looking at where the team is positioned. And I'm thinking, we are worth 3 points. We should die to the blue zone. That nade is good. That nade is too good. Obito's down. Go out to the blue zone. You know you're not going to win it. Not in 1,000 years do you win this one. And it's the nade. It's a car explosion. And that's 3 extra elimination going on over. Secret Esports could not go the entire way. And ASSK Esports play the tower and take themselves the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
You couldn't ask for a more entertaining finish to what is a very tricky part of the map, right? That has often open areas, and that does, within reason, promote snake play. But ASSK, they were like the puppet masters of that lobby, right? From phase 5 onwards.
Yeah.
All they had to do was just dangle and weave the strings and just cluster the teams against each other and finish off that game. Perfectly executed, Maxman.
Yeah, just to agree before we do head on over to a break after that one. we do agree that we expect Bernard to be the MVP, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Also, don't forget that epic moments like these are brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Without them, these moments would not even exist in the first place. So thank you very much, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place. But man, I'm not going to lie. Farm finishes, I don't like them. I find them very boring from time to time. I was ready to press snooze, okay, on my alarm. But then it woke me up, and I saw Bernard that time. I'm like, this game is going to be a good one. And it was, in fact, a absolute banger. One for the books in Pyramid is what I can tell you right now. And I'm hoping to see if we can see more of these on Erangel in the future. We still got 2 more games remaining. We're going to have one other Erangel, and then also after this match, we're going to have one Sanhok. Let's go check out that map right after this break.
Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me.
brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Absolutely insane game number 3 of the day. Where's Imperium waving? We will never know, but he's waving for sure. He's waving at you at home right now, checking out the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region by PMCO. And ASSK Imperium, they play the tower position in the open fields of farm, and it is so good to watch, and I love it. And Imperium is still waving. I do not know what to do with myself. Imperium,
I was trying to see how long in terms of just being kind of like awkward. And yeah.
When were you born already? I was just checking.
1988.
Yeah, I guess it's been a long time you've been awkward. Don't worry.
Was that just a way of throwing shade at me for being old?
Yes, yes, it is. Anyways,
it was pretty weak. It was pretty weak.
Thank you. Knees are weak, palms are sweaty, is all I can tell you. But the palms were definitely sweaty if you were dealing with a Bernard's position on that tower position. It was so good. It was so impressive the way he played it. And I would even say, even if Secret had a chance to take the fight and push away from that location, you just stay there. You serve as the anchor point and you serve as the player that's going to be stopping them from pushing out of that shared location. Didn't have to do it, luckily enough, so they could just pick up those 3 eliminations. And I would love to know if you agree or not, Imperium. If I am Secret Esport in that situation, I know we have no meds. I think I just go in the blue, essentially.
They should have denied the points, arguably, as we look at the standings from that first game. And 15, 15, 30 in total. As far as I know, that's the highest points scored in the so far between these teams. So SSK, they fully deserve that chicken dinner like Matt.
And W7 deserve a lot of respect because they did not have an easy time here. They were entering the eastern edge and there was a lot of teams that had angles on them. It was a tough time, but they played and maneuvered their way around fields that had very little coverage extremely well, in my opinion. And they pick up 8 eliminations along the way. Hey, they made something good out of it.
But that push onto the Shaka Secret Esports
that
was
rough.
Yes. That was really that was terrible. To be perfectly honest, I understand where you're coming from. If you're not able to clutch out those moments where you need to find those points, it's not going to help you across the board. As you look at the second page, 46 loot, only 2 points. Flamingo, only 1 point. Yeah, so that means the overall standings are going to get pretty close together.
Yeah, it's going to have a little bit of a shuffle happening in the overall leaderboard, it seems, after that one. Very intriguing indeed. And, well, 46 loot was those 2 points. I mean, they already had a significant lead of a few points after their first 2 games. So I think there's still a chance for them to be up there. But when it comes to that top 3, top 5 race, and that is where the focus should be. Only 3 teams, as a reminder, will make it to PMNC MENA. That's where you want to be right now. That's where your focus should be. So don't want to be losing your potential cushion if you already started creating in 2 games. So it seems like a 46 loot are going to have to get back in the thick of it to hopefully get himself some good rankings next time. Yeah.
We're seeing a trend as well from Syrian Tiger Force's time at Egypt and Team Seoul. That's 3 games in a row they've gotten poor performances. So the opportunity to whittle down, the opportunity to get into the top 5 is whittling down slowly but surely for those 3 teams specifically.
So Imperium, do we still stand with the fact that we think that Bernard is going to be the MVP? Do we still agree?
If he's not, we riot.
Yeah, so it makes so much. Okay, my prediction game is not on point, but this is a given. This is so obvious. ASSK player Bernard gave himself those 5 eliminations, 1,037. I thought he might get a little bit more. He's still MVP worthy, and that's all that matters.
Like Bernard being MVP was more obvious than your receding hairline, Max.
I can make joke of my receding hairline, Imperium.
I can't.
You can't. You do not have that privilege yet.
I'm sorry.
Not even Jason and Kalaris do. Okay.
Jason, I thought they have in the past.
Yeah, but I had to ground them after they said it.
Okay. Okay, that's true. That's true.
Not cool, Imperium. Too far. But yeah. Anyways, the cool thing, right, is that I think a lot of people would try and play this in any type of situation. The fact that they played it when they knew they cleared all of the west made it viable, because that position, you cannot play the radio tower if you have teams all around your location. With that said, we're going to check out the overall rankings and see if the big shuffle, as you called it, Imperium, or no, actually I called it, but I'm going to say you called it, whatever, actually happened. And
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Wow.
I thought 46 Loot would still be in that first place, but they are tied up there, and currently the tiebreaker would be won by ASSK Esports because they got that one chicken dinner. Still impressive, though, for 46 Loot to be up there with 0 chicken dinners, so good job from them also.
Yeah, of course, the consistency within reason is still there from 46 Loot. I said that the leaderboard was going to shrink closer together, and that's certainly been the case. There's now only 8 points dividing the top 5, and like you highlighted, with only 3 spots available for PMNC, it's shaping up to be a very close tournament indeed. W17-5 have been on the right path, and that previous game was definitely a step in the right direction. They're on 29 points, only 5 points behind Flamingo.
Yeah, and you want to try and learn from what happened in Europe with Scream Squad, where that one chicken dinner should be a really big difference. 46 Salute, Virus Esports, W7. You don't leave it to too late. You might want to try and secure yourself one of those big dubs, and those extra placement points you will get from it might be the one to really make a big difference. So moving on forward, we'll look on page 2, and this is where you want to be as we are getting closer to the end of day 1, and this is where you want to be. No, middle of the pack minimum. If you can be in the middle of the first page, that's even better. But when you start being on this page at the end of the day, you're going to have to come back tomorrow. Oh, sorry, not tomorrow. Sunday with a few questions answered if you want to potentially make in the top 3.
It's still not bad for Let's Rush, F5R, and X5 Squad. Maybe Team Occupy.
And Middle East.
Because those teams are only 7 points behind, up to 7 points behind 66 Esports in 8th place. However, like I said at the end of that last game when we showed the point standings, Timeout, Syrian, and Soul, 3-4 points respectively. They can't keep going this way. It's easier said than done, but they need to find something better. They need to pick up some amount of points in this 4th game.
Yeah, we're hoping so, because Timeout Egypt, Syrian Tigers, Tiger Forces, and Seoul Esports, we need to see some good results coming in. It's not game over, right? As you said, it's still a chance like all these teams can make it happen, but we're about to reach the halfway point, and if you can't at least reduce that gap that's currently built between 14th and 13th, then you're really going to be in a position where even a good game would not be enough to overtake position. It would just be enough to close that gap and to potentially have a chance, and you never want to be in that kind of situation. So I'm just hoping teams are looking at the bigger picture overall and trying to still aim for, a spot in the PMNC, or if teams have give up, which I think that only 3 games in, you should not give up already, at least trying to focus on like, okay, we might not qualify for PMNC, but we can still increase our prize pool by a decent amount. I would say, a few extra $100 here and there, like it does add up pretty quickly.
I know it's still within reason early on, at least in terms of we're not into game 2, but a good example is that ASSK jumped from 7th place to 1st from that strong result, and that's all it's going to take from Timeout, Syrian, or so. Whether they're capable or not of that is up to them to answer, Max.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul Esports get one 30-point game in there, and like actually not even just on the first page, they're in the middle of the first page, technically speaking. So yeah, as I said, it's still at a point of the tournament where one good game would be enough, but when you're still at the bottom after 3 games, you're thinking, do they really have what it takes to get a chicken dinner? And unfortunately, if I had to answer right now, I would have to reply no. It's a little bit harsh, I know, but it is a reality that having 3 bad results in a row, maybe it's just not because you're unlucky, maybe it's because there's something lacking out there. But though, if there's one map where you can get a chicken dinner based on luck, it is Sanhok, just saying.
Yeah, that's true, and it's the kind of map that within reason can allow teams that haven't done that well to take advantage of all the craziness that can happen around that map throughout the early to mid parts of the game. Like Miramar, it's one of only 2 Sanhok games in these finals, so it's arguably not the most important map to get a result. However, with it being the 2nd last map of the tournament as a whole, right, if you're able to build some level of foundational information and groundwork, even if you don't get a good result in this Sanhok game, and lean that towards smaller Sanhok game, that could be again a reason why you get into the top 3. Every point matters whether it's in Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok.
You know, in Sanhok and Miramar, if you get even just one good game out of the two, it's still a 50% rate of success.
That's
which is,
true.
Which is not good. So
yeah,
it's a good way to look at it. I think that you should try and at least get one good game on both of those maps if you can. Even if it's not a good game, like just, I don't know, an 8, 7, 8, 9 point game, I'll be happy with it. And really, you want to bank on your success on Erangel. That is the map that you saw in the other regions. That is the map that allowed teams to qualify for their respective PMNC, and it should very clearly be the focus of most of these squads.
Could you see any one or multiple of the bottom 3 teams go for heal strat in this game then?
Yes, but as you saw, we saw the perfect heal strat by Unique in Europe. And I still hope the teams looked at that, and if they want to do the heal strat, they're going to do it that way. Like, heal strat should always be a plan B. And if they don't do it, it's going to be a little bit rough. But here we go, Imperium. We're going to be ready to jump back into the action once again here with our first match of Sanhok and to see how things are going to be working out. But also, still do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this tournament is brought to you by Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports in Middle East and Africa for all of 2022. The teams are ready to drop, man. It's the jungle. And what's the thing you say quite a bit, Imperium, when we're dropping on this map?
Welcome to the jungle. We have got some fun and games.
I think I remember hearing you say that before. I think that's
yeah.
Did you
just
invent
a couple
that?
of times.
Are you gonna copyright strike anyone who uses that? Is that yours?
I'm not going up against Axel Rose. No way. No way.
Oh,
but
circle,
what I
though.
will go up against is this phase 1 circle, because it's a tricky one. It's heavily over towards the western side, and what's even worse, it's just central west, so it still encapsulates the trifecta area quite heavily in that mainland. So if phase 2, for example, shifts over to the west, we're still not gonna, or the teams are still not gonna have a guaranteed specific island finish. So I expect rotations within reason to be relatively slow once again at the start of this game. And like Miramar and even the first Erangel game, one thing we needed to consider is potential hot drops, and it's happening in boot camp.
Yeah, the boot camp fight is going to be happening. Middle East Assassin, oh, that's going to be Savage, and also Rostom knocked out instantly. Middle East Assassin's down to 2, not going to be easy one. Didn't have too much time to loot either, unfortunately. Looking at, only got himself a tier 2 vest. He's got himself a helmet at least, so that headshot will not be as impactful as you might expect, but not the best way to go. F5R looking to get ready for early elims. They're looking good. Zori, that's perfect. A very good nade, Imperium. Good call out.
Needs to follow it up. One mistake Middle East Assassins did make, Max, is that they didn't commit the whole team to Lobster, right? If you're going to go Lobster, the whole team has to go there. They still have to be careful, because one player from F5R is rotating and flanking around by the warehouse.
Yeah, going a little bit further.
It's a nice nade. It's a smoke.
Very good observation.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, Reno, a little bit of an angle to can work out, maybe get a little bit of a surprise. Factom to Andala. Have to see. Virus, though, it's sneaky picky. They're peeking around the northeast. I don't know, might see an opportunity. They might think, oh, one other team is damaged. They're hurt. Let's go for it. We can get some easier limbs. But, I mean, there's one 4-man squad that's still up and very lively. It's not recommended, but Youssef with the barrel. Yeah, the pre-fire happens in exactly waiting position. Nice little spray around. Picks up 1, maybe 2. Oh, my word. Youssef going to peek behind once again. He's still got 30 bullets with the M4. He's going to get pushed up. He gets 3 and still survives. There was a sneaky third party happening from Virus, actually, but Youssef, absolute mad lad, but only with 5 bandages, needs to res up ASAP.
Reno got the final kill. That was a clutch moment from Youssef. Reno was not close enough to really provide a level of support. Incredible solo play in that moment from Youssef to keep Middle East Assassins alive. And that's the kind of result they want, they need in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Well, that's why we like Bootcamp Imperium. It's just ninth with a ribbon on top. It looks great. It looks amazing. There was a little bit of third party, as I said, from Virus, but I'm looking on the other side, though. I do think they should have pushed from, like, multiple angles. They all pushed the usual. It wasn't really one by one, but, like, it was in a very short succession. And it made it very easy for Youssef, especially with the barrel. Like, that's a great DPS weapon in that type of range, to pick them up one by one. If they push, like, one player in the front, one player like, behind him, you can't do anything. But Reno was also serving as that support. So even though they were outnumbered, Reno's position really helped Youssef, like, have that blank elf protection and really force potentially the opposing push to come in that one direction.
I'm still reeling from that clutch play from Youssef. That was absolutely fantastic. The barrel is not like the strongest weapon close quarter, but he navigated absolutely wonderfully. And yeah, okay, a mistake of kind of technically going one by one because they had many angles to push further out to the side and get that knock into Youssef. But Youssef dealt with it extremely well. A few teams on that eastern side of the map for the time being, the winners of the previous game, ASSK, looting Lukwai and Kampong as a 2-2 split. You do have the side of STF, which is Syrian Tiger Forces. One of the teams that really needs a strong result in this game are looting up docks and up and towards the north. Secret team, the second place team from the previous game, around Mong Nai Camp Bravo.
Yeah, I would love to see some trifecta play here coming on through. W7 are going to be playing that location. I'm seeing a lot of teams that are in locations that Imperium, like Flamingo, could be playing at Secret Esports, ASSK. Could be good for the rotation. Like, a rotation in this specific phase on circle, I think would be very valuable, but also would be really unlucky because a lot of teams are already banking on the eastern coastal line, on the western coastal line, sorry. So
definitely.
It would be unlucky if you get caught out.
I was just chuckling at how you said Flamingo there.
Flamingo. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, how did I say it?
It just sounded really kind of bright and colorful. I don't know why, but it just sounded really yeah. It was just like
I really like the song.
Flamingo.
I mean, you don't know the song, right? I'll have to
I
send you the link.
I don't. Please do.
During the next break, and before we check out the next Oppo Moments Imperium, okay, I will make you listen to the song, and you'll tell us on show if it's a banger or if it's a... I'm trying to find something that rhymes with banger, but in bad is like it's a failure. I don't know. Yeah, it'll tell us.
That's a C for effort, to be fair. A couple of teams clustered down on the southwest island for the time being, especially to the south of Ruins, right? You have 4 out. You have Team Seoul, I think X5, 46 Loot, and another team as well. So surprisingly, although unsurprising because it's the first Sanhok game, teams wanting to go for a similar spot in this phase 1.
A few similar spots. Once again, this is our first Sanhok match, so we knew that drops might be a little bit contested, the rotations might be a little bit contested. It is a lot calmer than I initially expected, except for that, initial drop in boot camp. It is seemingly very calm for a lot of these teams, which is good to see. Not too much madness though. Oh, picking over. Oh man, he instantly closed that door. He saw Fahad, he saw that weapon peeking his way. He's like, maybe not. Maybe it's not time to go outside. I think rain of bullets is about to ensue, so let's just keep safe inside.
So let's rush, going for a very solid rotation on the bootcamp coastal line, because not only is it just a clean rotation down towards the center of the circle, but it allows them to grab early information on the northwest island and what teams might be hanging on to the coastline. So when it comes to them going to the trifecta compound, should they choose to, they're not surprised, they're not caught off guard. So I really like that swift, clean rotation from Let's Rush so far in this game.
And Fahad has not given up. He really wants those knocks. I mean, why not? They're currently on the coastal line towards Tambang. There's no team that's really going to come from behind them in the coastal line. So if you want to keep the pressure on this team, keep it up. You're not going to have to move anyways. So in that sense, they're fine.
He being a bit too narrow-minded though, because we know there's no other team kind of directly around him, but he doesn't know that. So surely, would I be right in saying that kind of he's scoping in too often, if that makes sense?
I don't think so. I think I would prefer him using his third-person perspective a lot more, right? It would be a lot safer, technically. But I think it's fine. He can afford it. Of course, the later on you get into the game, yes, you want to be careful because you might have some snakes in the grass. You might have some people behind rocks and trees. Like, yeah, sure. I think phase 1 is fine. Sure. And I think they've also trained this a little bit, potentially in scrims, so they must know that maybe this location is fine. And also they're going to be in the circle, so Now the amount of tension might increase a little bit because, you know, all teams are going to be focusing here. Normally in the next few minutes, you should have, technically speaking, 15 teams on the southern western island, and that's where, you know, the level of risk is going to increase rather significantly.
It's still the best circle shift that the teams could have asked for, in my opinion, because
it's clean cut.
It's exactly, and it did shift away from the majority of the water. That south side of the southwest island is extremely open. You only really have one team entering it. That's the side of Syrian Tiger Forces. ASSK is going to be close behind, and the side of Flamingo are going for a rotation. I would argue a little bit late into the game for a rotation from that northern tip.
There you go. Occupy really willing to cross that bridge on the west, but luckily enough, no one's going to be gatekeeping it, so they're going to be completely A-okay. No issue whatsoever with that one. Let's Rush also looking for it. I'm happy. Imperium compared to Europe, one thing that didn't happen is that teams went in ruins. It's not happening. Let's Rush, don't go there, please. Don't jinx me. Okay, they didn't jinx me. Cool.
Yeah.
No team is going for ruins.
However,
and I think it's great.
I kind of slightly disagree that they're leaving Trifecta open, or I just worry that they're going to get absolutely pushed from their back. So, yeah, worried so far. Worried so far for Let's Rush.
Oh, hasn't taken the fight here with 46 Sloot. Still has a 4-man, but don't have all of the team forward. Hazem, take your time. Relax. Your team is there to back you up. They're moving in. Now your team, see on the minimap, they joined him up. Hasn't taken a lot of damage today. He's got 3 first aids. He's got to heal up. At least your team is there to back you up, which is what you want, which is what you need. From the side, nice Molly gets a little tick damage on the Hazem, but will not get any further. 46 Loot, do you want to commit to this fight? Want to leave? I don't think they can really leave. If they leave Imperium, I expect Team Soul to go for the reverse engage. So they don't really have a choice. They have to commit to this.
These teams are stuck to each other like glue unless or until basically one of them goes down. There is a risk of, I would argue, both teams getting third-partied because of the linear position inside the circle that they currently hold on to. Right, Virus are sweeping in from the east. Right now is a bit of a 2-2 split. You have timeout Egypt also close by, and yeah, Soul, they're watching their backs, and they do get a knock into one of the Virus players.
Yeah, Payne has a nice little sneaky angle there with the QBC. They're not going to pull the trigger just yet. My man taking it slow, my man taking it chill. M7 Mood also inside of that building, still waiting. And as you said, like 46 Loot cannot leave this fight. They have to commit. Is that third party just happening right now with Virus? I think I saw a few shots coming from their direction. So even if they do win this fight, a third party might be lingering in the shadows, waiting for their time to strike for Virus. We'll see how if they decide to commit to it eventually later on down the line. But this is taking... Knowing how close the teams are close to one another, Imperium, I'm surprised this is taking so long. I'm surprised no nade got the initial knock and teams are going for it. And Team Soul are the ones actually leaving that position, which I genuinely did not expect. That is really surprising.
I think it makes sense, because if you think about it, they're the ones that got the opening lock onto an opposing team. Therefore, they feel more confident disengaging, repositioning. Whereas for 46 Loot, yeah, they would have heard the shots, they would have seen a knock, but because it wasn't them doing it, they're not as confident. They're still proactive in the right ways. And Virus, they're not looking in the best shape, considering they were the last ones to the party.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to give some respect to Team Soul, though, in one thing, is that... Oh, okay, maybe not, we're going to keep it for myself. They're in Tiger's Force, having one player knocked away. They did spawn into this game as a 3-man, unfortunately enough, so not the best way, and you're going up against ASSK. Not any team, a team that plays Radio Tower from anything else, and Benar, if he has a high ground position, will make you regret your decision to fight them. But yeah, Team Soul, also, if there's one thing that makes sense, actually, with them leaving the fight versus 46 Loot, is because their position they took is a better compound, it's close to the road, so it offers a lot more clearance and visibility and scouting opportunities because of that, and it's a lot closer to the center of the circle. So your future rotation, if you're lucky, this will be a lot easier to pull off. So actually, Team Soul, if that was the game plan, I think it makes a lot more sense. So
lovely shots by Omar. Just a pushback Samurai in all the right ways. Syrian Tiger Forces doing a great job. I would argue they've been rotating a little bit too slow. However, they might not know that teams were nowhere to be seen around that southern tip of the circle. And 46 Loot Max, they're still engaging. This time it's against the side of Let's Rush. You gave out the backs inside trifecta. They pushed forward. Now they're looking for 46 loot.
Man, 46 loot on it. I know. State of fighting. Every damn second. But it pays off. They get themselves a knock, they get themselves a flush, and they get themselves the second elimination of this game for themselves. They're looking for potentially a bit more. Though, look at Seoul Imperium on the minimap. I can see them. They're moving even further, center down south. They really want to take that free real estate. They really want to take that control, take that spread. And they're really hoping for a decent circle shift on the next phase.
One of the most important things you can do as a player from an audio standpoint is really track and keep an idea on what direction the shots are coming from. So if you hear over, let's say, a 1 to 2 minute time period, or at least kind of half a phase period, that the majority of the shots are coming from one direction, that 9 times out of 10 tells you that there's much more open space available in the opposite direction for you to move down to. And it's even, if it's even closer towards the center of the circle, then you got to take that clear opportunity and go for that movement, go for that reposition. And Team Seoul, yeah, they are playing this game clinically so far.
Team Seoul playing some good games, playing it slow, but it is Sanhok, and you know that that man advantage in Imperium in the end of a Sanhok game, it is very important. So if you can hold on to it, sure, you might not get eliminations early or mid game, but the destination is all that really matters. I know they say is normally it's your adventure, is the way you go around the place, but no, the PUBG Mobile, like, the finish is also pretty damn important, if not more important. So just keep that in mind.
W7, Team 5, the only team inside the blue at the moment. They're close to the edge of the circle, to the north of Ruins for the time being, and we do see a central shift up north, which Loki hurts Soul's game plan, but I don't look at it as a massively poor thing. And sorry, I didn't realize that Flamingos is still in the blue, and I highlighted that their rotation on phase 2 was a bit late, and that's kind of a product of it.
Yeah, a little bit of rip for Flamingo, it seems, but W7 still trying to go for the wide rotate up northeast of Ruins. There's a team in Ruins, occupied by Occupy, actually. Surprisingly enough, that was not intentional, by the way. But yeah, 74Q is going to be the one on the front line, peeking some information, maybe scouting towards 46 loot. At least, the cool thing with Seoul is that by doing that rotation to the southern side, north of Same, they did scout that compound where they are now, and they know it's free. They can instantly go back in that location. No scouting needed, and they can call it home, at least in the circle. And there's a lot of teams on the west, so never know. Might be able to pick up a few eliminations here and there, literally for very little effort.
Team Seoul went back to where they came from, so that's instantly valuable stuff, right? Because 9 times out of 10 in a small period of time where you move from is still going to be clear. It's 4 out, gets the shots on the 66 Esports. These last couple of games from 66 Esports have not gone their way at all. They're left with just one player in the form of DK Max.
DKX is going to have a little bit of a tough time, I think, to maybe find closure to this game. So we'll see how things are going to be panning out for him. SP, Nawaf, and Reckless looking to approach this next circle, and the circle's now closing up around them. 1/3 of the circle is wrapped around them currently. And do you want to go for full-on breach onto Team Seoul? Because at this time, very little time remaining, actually. They're running out of options. And Team Seoul might just be the obvious play. You push them, you win the fight, you get access to a really strong compound, or you go for what I think they're going to go for, which is a wide wrap around south. We'll have to see if it's going to work out. 46 loot, though, taking, guess what, Imperium? Another fight, you guessed it right, and this time is going to be versus W7. They pick up one extra elimination. The rest of W7, though, is not here. W7 like these wide splits, and I don't think it's been paying off so far.
Especially not in Sanhok, especially not this late into the game when they're outside the circle. Comes a point in most games, especially Sanhok, where you got to move as a full squad. And within reason, even though it's inside the circle, that's what 46 Loot have been doing. They've been playing very well, very proactive as a full team towards the center of these circles. Secret have moved into those rocks that are on that eastern side of the circle, which are incredibly valuable on the South Painan Hill. They should be able to push back the likes of X5.
With the circle shift, oh, dead center almost here. Few decent positions to play from, but we know what happened here. This is the circle where we saw Unique versus Galaxy Conqueror in Europe Imperium, and we know how valuable the East can actually be in these finishing moments.
Exactly.
If you want to see a spot, a third party could be happening, for example, for the side of Virus. Virus in particular, if they can surprise, Secrets Esports and claim the East, and no team is really willing to go and push from that location, I think it could be a Secret Esport or a Virus chicken dinner, depending on how this game happens in the next few minutes.
Secret Esports go down. Team Soul. Compound outside the circle. Feel bad for Team Soul. They've been rotating extremely well. They've been reacting to the circle extremely well, but this next one did not go in their favor at all. 46 loot, unsurprisingly, taking more shots towards teams.
I mean, I think the 46 loot will not stop shooting until they have no more bullets, Imperium. And if they do, they'll just start throwing stones. I think that's going to be their last resort, Imperium. They just keep on fighting, and they keep on winning, it seems. As they're going to have the opportunity to make sure Occupy cannot make it into the circle. 2 more limbs, and the team will be eliminated from the lobby. It's going to be, again, and 74 Q remaining. As there you go, that spots out also a player from timeout. It's going to be Zossa out of the game very soon, it seems. I don't expect flushed res to come on through, though. Over to the other side of the map is going to be Secret Esport taking the fight.
No.
And man, the push, I mentioned it, it could be strong from Virus, but it seemed like it's going absolutely to hell as they get eliminated. And Secret got some of those limbs, but I think a third party actually helped out from STF. And he actually got a few knocks there who helped out. Yeah, third party happened.
Still Secret Esports with 6 eliminations up as a trio. They have a 2-1 split. The circle is centered up, and Team Soul did move across the road off the back of all the madness and the fact that 46 Loot have done such a good job of controlling this western side. That's created just a little bit more of an easier entry point for the likes of Team Soul on the south. X5 still surviving. The last player of W7 seems to be healing in the blue. We are down to 8 teams max.
Yeah, so I've been really moving around the map in very smart ways, and currently, sure, everyone a little bit too far out of bounds, I would almost have to mention, but maybe can crawl his way back to his team, at least give some extra information while he's knocked. But my question is, do 46 Loot still have loot? That's my question. They still have bullets entering into this last game. I don't know. I have to see.
Exactly 46 bullets.
6 bullets each. Make it count. That's it. Gonna live up to the name of the team. Here you go. Nice spray there. From out. Get himself a nice little elimination. Team Soul getting himself some stuff done, but Secret Esports still clashing onto the eastern edge. Soul gonna be losing one player. That's Terra that we knew was a little bit too far out of bounds. He gets knocked away. M7 now is gonna be the next one for M7 Mood. But can he get himself any further? As all we talk, is the next one in line gonna be knocked away? And 46 Sloot, they are popping off another elim. Sure though, they get knocked away. Nishitos and Madlol remaining. But Madlol is there to back it up. Gets the extra elimination, but his teammates will be flushed.
Last player is live from the side of Team Soul. It's just Frama on his own against a duo of 46 Loot. Secret Esports are still alive as a duo, and we are left with our final 3 teams.
The thing, though, Imperium, is the 46 Loot don't have to move. They got a good little high ground position, and they got some rocks to play around. Terrain advantage-wise, it's a 10 out of 10 for 46 Loot, and I don't expect them to lose this game whatsoever, but it is a 2v2v2. Potentially, no, 2v2v3. They got the res actually onto Terra. I did not expect. Terra's back in this game.
Oh no, don't move. Oh, Frama,
he
he's been spotted massively, and yeah, one nade, he's gonna go down.
I'm surprised he made over to that rock in the first place. Nade's very close, a little bit too wide for Madlol. Seemed like he was scared of that node coming his way. Nade galore. Circle moving in now, halfway there. We're about to get into phase 8, transition very soon. Soul can even make it into the circle, I don't think so, but the man advantage from Team Soul might just be enough. Imperium. Nice initial knock, Era's going to be knocked away. Madlol doing some heavy lifting, he's going to be spotted away. Only Shitos remaining, Grim. Reaping souls all over the place here for his team. 8 eliminations, maybe going for the double digit, and he's making sure he makes no audio cues, moving right behind Shitos. He can't go for the res. Gotta be careful. Nice spray here with the Thompson. He's got a lot of bullets, but right behind him, he's unaware, Imperium. He's gonna get shut down eventually. Gets the spray, gets the elimination confirmed, and they eliminate Team Soul in 3rd place. Oh, Grim. The res is coming through. But no sound has been made as he's looking to go for the back shot angle. You know he's gonna get the res. He doesn't know. He can't hear it. And there he goes, right behind it with the UMP. But now he has some people moving around. He's not willing to go for the full-on push. Madlol, does he have the first aid?
You should have just gone for the push.
Oh, here you go. That's the push with Grim here with the M4 down to 18 bullets. Might want to go for the weapon swap. That's not going to be enough. And he gets knocked away. Tries to go for the off angle on the side, but it doesn't matter because 46 Loot will stand strong and will secure the 4th chicken dinner of the day.
Let's make no bones about it. 46 Loot fundamentally deserve that chicken dinner. Outside of Team Soul, right, when it comes to engagements, constantly fighting, constantly shooting, constantly controlling, and the fundamentals of controlling a Sanhok game, 46 Loot were absolutely on point. They executed that down to a T. But my God, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen from Secret Esports. I understand them not pushing, but why do you not push as solos? Why not wait as a duo and stick together? Surely you must have known that there was one player left with one player healing, being revived. Surely you must have known that. Oh man, that was honestly hard to watch, Max. That was so hard to watch.
I think they might have been also a little bit unaware. Like, I think it's easy for us to guess, like, oh, we should have known
maybe,
that. Maybe there's a few seconds of unawareness, and you just unfortunately don't have that information, and it just doesn't work out. Maybe you're not checking the elimination feed, and you like phase out for 5 seconds, like, how many players alive? I forgot. Oh no, and then you're in trouble, right? So sometimes little things like that can really cause an issue for you, but it was still a respectable attempt. And they did enter from the east side, which we did say, just like Galaxy Conqueror did really well in the European region. They played it well until that point. They cleared out a lot of the teams. They cleared out also the side of who was, I think it was Virus, actually, they got rid of. So sure, the end was a little bit fluffed, but to make it into the end, they went with a really good game in the entirety of that finish.
Yeah, of course. We do deserve to give them credit for that. Those rocks south of Painan are so invaluable when you have that kind of circle.
Yeah.
I highlighted Team Soul once again. Their reactions to the circle shifts, their positioning, the opportunities that they tried to take were so good, and they deserved a top 3 finish because of it.
Yeah, 46 Loot, I was scared of calling them potentially always a bridesmaid, never the bride, but this time they become the bride of Sanhok as they get themselves their first chicken dinner. We'll be back after this break to get ready for our 5th and final game of day 1.
is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we have it. 46 Loot able to take himself an absolutely massive W here on Sanhok. And here, once again, we're going to be able to see in these open moments, get himself some great fight opportunities versus Team Soul. And as you say, Imperium, some people might call it the throw. It was actually a throw, but regardless, 46 Loot are able to get the win at the end.
Like I said, a deserved win. Now we look at the upper moments with the first fight that we saw in boot camp between Middle East Assassins and the side of F5R, and Youssef with just the biggest of plays as a solo player. Like the cojones. That's all I say. The cojones of Youssef. Incredible.
I don't think I want to talk about that subject in particular, but I can tell you he definitely did a good play. And man, these early fights can be happening in boot camp, right? And I think it's clear to say a lot of teams, like, they lose a player, they lose 2 players. The morale's low, and they're like, okay, we're going to lose this fight. But man, they held strong, and Rena's off angle in particular was so valuable in that one particular fight. So happy to see it. Hopefully we'll see some more boot camp action.
Definitely.
Maybe the same fight and some little bit of revenge on Sunday's second Sanhok match we're going to be witnessing to close off Day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. Though, now looking at this, we're getting to the point, Imperium, and we keep mentioning this all the time, where you do not want to be towards that second page. This is an opportunity for teams, if they want to start, that climb back up into the rankings, and if you don't make it happen here, your second day and last day of play is going to be a lot tougher for you.
As you look at the round standings for that 4th game, you hit the nail on the head, because Seoul Esports were lying in 16th spot coming into the 4th game of the day, and they've picked themselves up 19 points. Those are such an important amount of points coming into the final game of the day, and of course leading into tomorrow. I really want to see, it doesn't need to be the same kind of result for Team Seoul, but like, let's say 5 to 7 points in the final game of the day, just to really help bolster their confidence and bolster their position coming into tomorrow. Of course, Secret with 20 and 46 loot up until 29. Surely they've reclaimed that top spot.
Yeah, ASSK just barely holding on to the point record in this tournament so far. We're just like 1 point ahead of 46 loot, barely holding on to it. But still able to get himself some good results regardless. So yeah, 46 loot looking absolutely banging on this game. Team Seoul 19 points. And we have to claim it once again, that proactiveness that we saw, the fact that they were not willing to take the fight versus 46 loot and were willing to move around the map looking for the best option. And even in the case of Circle didn't go well, to just go back on their tracks because they already scouted those compounds, scouted those locations before, and you get into a good position in the first place. So overall, looking really, really cool when it comes down to it. Though, we're going to be going to page number 2 to see which teams, unfortunately, were not quite able to perform on this one. And I hate to say it, Imperium, but Flamingo, we saw them a little bit more on this second page recently. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. And even 66 Esport, as well as within reason Virus Esport, right? Yeah. That's a little bit of fall from grace, and unlike 46 loot, even though it's within reason already in terms of, there's a lack of adaptability. And yeah, okay, you kind of can forgive because it was Sanhok and all that jazz. However, I would argue there's a couple of fundamental mistakes those teams made that stopped them, like Flamingo phase 2 going for a rotation from that northern tip.
It's too late.
That was too late.
Yeah.
And yeah, they went down with 0 points because of it.
I think it's clear to say on any map, if you want to do a rotation, you have to do it phase 1 transition into phase 2. You can't do it during phase 2. At that point, it's too late most of the time. Though, MVP, I think it's clear to say, is going to be a play from 46 loot. My bets would be on Madlol. I don't know if you agree with me, Imperium. Do you have a prediction?
I don't have a prediction. Wow. Cheetos once again. 2 in a row. Not 2 in a row, but 2 out of 4 games. Yeah.
Is that fair?
Credit to him. 6 eliminations. Not even 1,000 damage. So that return on investment was very good. Well,
normally I would say, wow, you're shipping in for them getting 1,000 damage, but they were shooting the entire game. They were born with a gun in their hands. So, yeah.
I meant that in the sense of, like, normally when you have a player that has like 5 to 6 eliminations, they've done nearly like double that damage, right? So to see that execution of 933 damage and converted to 6 eliminations shows he made every single bullet count, right?
Yeah, the thing is also is that because of the fact of how the team was playing here, I do expect all of the players of 46 Loops to maybe be close to like that average damage, which is
no, right.
All the players are really getting involved in those fights. So, looking at the overall rankings and to see how much this chicken dinner for 46 Loops has really impacted their position on the podium finish, and of course impacts it in a very good fashion. 71 points total here. 46 Loops with that one chicken dinner, 31 elims, and 40 placement points. They are a decent amount ahead of ASSK Esports currently. They're looking at a 23-point lead. Imperium above second place. Even one good game from ASSK, that might not be enough to overtake 46 Loops. So they are already creating themselves a really good cushion in first, and that's exactly what you need at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. ASSK did still get a decent result in that game. I think they got 6 points. So when you follow a chicken dinner with 6 or 7 points, it's kind of what I'm looking for when it comes to Team Soul, right?
Yeah.
Flamingo, we highlighted him along with Virus, kind of dropped down, and I don't even see 6 Esports on that first page as well. Let's First have been low-key consistent enough to stay in the top 8, 29 points, but they're still a good 20 points behind second place. So that's something they're going to want to have in the back of their minds coming into this final game.
Yeah, Secret Esports very clearly holding on to a 2-to-1 ratio of placement points to elims, which is working so far. But if we stop right now, they would not qualify, and they would lose the tiebreaker because they are lacking, you know,
chicken dinner,
something
well.
right now. They're lacking the chicken dinner and the eliminations, right? And that's where we need to see a little bit of an improvement. If they can improve on that, it would be great. With that said, going to be checking out page 2, and you said there's some teams that are missing on that first page, and 66 Esports just shy. One good game, they're back in the race, but right now they have been falling down a little bit, and we want to see them come back hopefully in this final game.
It's 7 points. That's more than you'd ideally want to see, right? And more than what we've seen from other games. We've seen like ASSK kind of get 7 points in some games, and that's not a bad result. But when you're talking about kind of really putting yourself in that kind of top half position at the end of the final game of today, 66 Esports need to pick up a solid result. With only 9 eliminations in 4 games, that's what, just over 2 eliminations per game. That's arguably not good enough, and it's less than the likes of Soul Esports and F5R behind them.
Look, even me and Imperium could potentially do that, right? And if we could do it, we potentially expect a little bit more. Just saying, okay? Just saying, maybe you want to try and step things up just a tad. But Imperium, we are slowly getting ready for our 5th and last game of day 1 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region by PMCO. And we keep saying it, and I'm going to repeat it once again. This is the point where you do not want to be on the lower side of the rankings. You want to be in a way more comfortable position, and hopefully that will be the case. But one thing that definitely will make you comfortable in your gaming and needs is going to be Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Without them, this tournament would not be happening. And if winning is important to you, you know what, which I hopefully think it is, they are definitely the guys that will help you out in achieving victory and those big fat dubs. But also, don't forget, if you do want to join us in a prediction game in the Twitch chat, you can do it right now with a Snapdragon match prediction, and you can put those infamous Keck W's or Copium depending on how things go on your end.
Final game of the day, Max. 46 Loot have a good cushion, but I think it's just as important that they end the day on the same level of cushion, right? Because coming into tomorrow, if they have a bad result in this last game, they will be maybe kind of not seething, but annoyed with themselves that they gave that cushion away, and that might lead badly into tomorrow's games.
It might lead badly into tomorrow's game. I keep doing the same thing. Don't worry about it too much, Imperium.
Sorry.
But also don't forget that this one is brought to you also by the side of Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports in both Middle East and Africa for all of the 2022 season. A lot of things about to happen in Pyramid, a lot of things about to go down, but the question does stand. Will 46 Loot hold on to their cushion in first place? Will they be able to maybe increase it even further? We'll have to see after this.
Same path is not too bad, going from the southwest over a little bit more towards northeast, not directly towards Stalbar, so it will be a tiny bit tougher, similar to the previous Rango game for teams that want to shift up north. Syrian, Tiger Forces, going to be on that kind of western side of the map in the split to begin with, and you have F5R on a bit of a 2-1-1 split in around the Primorsk Ferry Pier area. Phase 1 pops up, Max, and it's a pretty heavy northern shift, so pretty opposite to the playing path, and that means that most of the teams are going to be rotating from the south.
A lot of the circles we had on Narango, actually, including the European SPS, have also been very southern. So I would like to see a little bit more northern action. I would like to see how teams would adapt to it, like potentially a close George Pop position, shooting range, Severny, South Severny would be an interesting approach. So yeah, I'd like to see something a little bit different. But teams, they're looking at this. The first thing that comes to their mind, Imperium, is of course going to be that river. How do we play it? Do we play edge? Do we play it on the river itself and just try and facilitate the rotation if we have a northern or southern shift? There's a lot of questions, and teams are going to have to make decisions really quickly as to what their game plan might become very soon.
You're right about the circle patterns that we've seen across the games in the Snapdragon Pro Series of the 2 regions that we've done so far. Even that one European game that had a initial northern circle ended up shifting heavily down the southeast on that south side of the river. I hope we have a little bit of a consistent northern shift to test these teams. Cube Compound, if you're hanging around the George Paul area, is absolutely fantastic for an initial position, and that tadpole spot to the north of Yasnaya, again, high ground. You're able to get a lot of information. You're close to the bridge, you're on the edge of the circle, you're able to react to phase 2 pretty comfortably. I also would expect teams, especially because we've seen a more of an edge style play in the game so far, I expect a lot of teams to kind of hanging around the edge of these circles, especially on the south side. So the likes of ASSK not to move too much. Virus as well, possibly the side of 4 out as well. I don't know if you think it's going to be a little bit different, Max.
I expect a little bit more central, actually, for how things might go this game. I'm looking at Cube in particular, and I'm really happy we're seeing Secret being really good on that macro when it comes to placements like that. They went right for Cube, great position to defend and to leave if you want to rotate across the river, so no problem there. But seeing Occupy with 74Q get himself their first elimination in that game. Looking good so far. I don't know why he didn't call himself 74 IQ. Maybe you don't want to call yourself 74 IQ, because 74 is low, no? I think it's low. Is an average like around 100 or something? I don't know.
I don't know, dude. No.
What?
But yeah, please check what is the average IQ? I've never had an IQ test. I'd be curious to get an IQ test.
So between 85 and 115. So yeah, probably don't want to call yourself 74 IQ. Just saying. Probably don't.
What do you think your IQ is? In a little bit of a genuine way, what do you think your IQ is?
In a joking way, over 9,000. Okay. In a non-joking way, I think my IQ's below average. I'm not gonna. No, ugly. I think it. I think I might be around like. I think I'd be happy with like an 80. No, I think 80, 85. I'll be cool with that.
I'd be happy with 69 IQ.
And unfortunately, it's probably true. But what's also true right now is that some players from Let's Rush are currently knowing a very unfortunate end. The Sembaz was knocked away. Opportunity of Ores coming through. Very slim. J1 aboard. Just want to leave the fight. And this is surprising. Normally you would see teams, they can cohabitate over here. They can have that symbiotic relationship. I like to mention time and time again. Yasnaya Polyana, if you have 2 teams, they do not need to fight. But one team got a little bit too close to the sun. And unfortunately, they get burnt.
By the looks of it, it's actually more so that Timeout Egypt maybe recognized and understood, and arguably so, that even if they moved out earlier from Yasnaya on that western side, they'd still have Timeout on their backs. So by engaging earlier in what is arguably an isolated fight inside the city, and taking down either the majority or the whole of Let's Rush, depending on the time it takes, that gives them a clearer entry point into and a clearer level of control in that eastern side of the circle, moving out from the west of Yasnaya. So I really like this from Timeout Egypt, despite it being rare that we see a Yasnaya fight between 2 teams.
I don't know if you saw Ivar earlier. He was popping the wheels of, I think it was a buggy, and he popped all 4 wheels. Like, he's really the type of person that on their resume would put, I'm a perfectionist. That's that type of person right there. Because you don't just have to put like 2 wheels and you're fine. But he's like, No, I need them all popped. Otherwise, it's not even. It's not symmetrical. I don't like it. I like it. I'm the same. So I get it. Oh, Hunter, though. Ooh, nothing happens. Are you the type of person that would put perfectionist on your resume?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
I think also because I think it just sets me up to be better than I probably am at something. That was also really not a very good rotation from Flamingo. A direct rotation like that works if it's within the first 4, max 5 minutes. But in 7 minutes, you're taking a big risk. And yeah, the side of W17-5 take full advantage of it. Luckily, only 1 casualty, so they get away with it by the skin of their teeth. But they could even have stopped and scouted a little bit more, right, Max? They could have easily have gathered a little bit more information instead of going for an unnecessary, risky rotation to the EC Asnaya. To the east of Rostock.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky. Garden can be positioned it's very open terrain all around it, so if you get a little bit too close to the sun, like you will get burnt a little bit, very similar to what we saw in Yasnaya. But yeah, you want to be careful when you're getting close to positions of interest like that are, especially when you have a river a river phase 1 circle, you know those positions are very heavily contested, so just something to be very cautious about. Though, Gatka, Orb of Action is going to be unfolding over here. Oh, wow. Virus taking a fight, though. Going to be versus 4 out, and it's all about those angles, and right now angles 4 out have many, Virus don't. So you just got to be careful where you approach it, because one peek a little bit too long, very similar to what we saw in game 1, right, Imperium, might cause you to get one player knocked, and then the push ensues.
Even though I was expecting a couple of teams to play kind of around the edge of the circle, and this is close to the edge of the circle, I wasn't expecting a Gaka fight to break out between two teams. It just happens to be that they both have the same idea of a location they want to control, and it means they clash on up. What I find interesting as well, inside around the North Georgia area, X5 lost a player at the hands of Occupy, and they've gone into another potential engagement against Secret Esports on the edge of North George. So it seems like they're looking for a fight all the time.
I don't know what to think of Secret Esport leaving Cube and going for Northern George Pole.
Okay.
I don't know what you think about it. I think that they could have just waited it out. Like, they would be in such a good spot if they stayed there. They could be gatekeeping all of the teams trying to cross the eastern bridge of George Pole, but they left it. And now X5 are the ones that might be able to wreak havoc from that position. Here we go. The fight's going to be happening with Virus splitting 4 out. Shroud not able to win off the trade. It was a close one, but unfortunately not close enough. Venom going to be the one to go for the... He's only there with Hamax, so we'll see how that relationship's going to work out for the duo. Early pre-fire, but that smoke really blocking out good visibility. Nades, mollies, smokes, don't know what was thrown over, but for out the moment they get that res, they're going to go for the push on the 2 last players of Virus, so they need to close this one up ASAP, and I like it. Player from 4 out doesn't want to take the fight. He's trying to leave. He makes it out alive, but good angle from Hamax there, Imperium. Gets the knock and gets the flush. That nade, no way.
Oh, no.
Oh, disgusting. No, you can't do this to him. Gets some good damage, actually, but he gets the first aid just in time. Virus might just take, actually, this fight in flashing colors. How far can they actually go? It's right below him. Venom wants to make sure that his teammate cannot join up. He wants to make sure Reckless is kept away from this fight. A nade comes through from Hamax, and now he is secluded. Now he is alone. Reckless in the 1v2.
4 out threw this one away a little bit. I don't get why you went into the shack. It's such an isolated spot, and you're asking to be eliminated, and when you're down to a number of players, you don't really have full control of the engagement. Yeah, it wasn't the right place to be. Good turnaround by Virus. Time's whittling down, though, as Phase 2 starts to close in. We did see that shift up north, so we are most likely going to get what we would prefer to be in terms of circle finish on the north of the river. A lot of hard terrain to control on the shooting range area, but it's definitely controllable if you do pull out the right moves.
Yeah, hopefully the right moves are going to be taken by a lot of these squads, though. Reckless taking a fight. Ooh, picks one, and he takes almost no damage. He's going for the counter push with a UMP. Nice. If he has a nade around that corner, that'll be great. You want to make sure that res does not come through. He spots the player, but he was already going for the first aid. He has to commit. He has to pull it off. I think Venom is doing the same with his own first aid, or maybe a few bandages. Not sure, but I think by now a nade would have been used if he had any. Sprays right through the smoke. He heard the footstep. He has a good idea of where he might be standing. He's trying to fake it out. He's trying to stop that res from coming through. I think think he spotted the player right there. And the smoke Reckless, the push is happening. But the UMP back and forth takes too much damage, and Venom comes out on top. And not only does he get the knock, he gets the flush, and he gets also his teammate back on board.
Good effort by Reckless. Absolutely fantastic effort. It wasn't the optimal place to push onto inside the building. You give yourself very little area to move around, and you're still out in the open. Plus, fighting on the left-hand side of you is always harder when you're trying to pre-fire. It's scientifically proven to be... Okay, not scientifically proven, but it's generally proven to be...
This science here.
It's generally proven to be easier to pre-fire from your right-hand side, if that makes sense. And yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate from Reckless. Good effort nonetheless, as the next phase is about to pop up. 66 Esports in a pretty solid position on the hill outside North Georgia. Are going to have to watch their backs, likes of Team Soul. You have Secret Esports and that centralization with Shooting Range Hill on board. You could see Severny being pushed upon by a couple of teams. For the time being, 46 Loot want to go for the center.
Yeah, I mean, they want to leave that positioning team. They want to leave the center. They might clash with a few teams. There's like 3 teams in their overall vicinity. They're going for one of those compounds towards the trifecta of the road. Wait, they're not even stopping. Where are they going? There's zoom. I mean, I was about to say, they're in the car for way too long, and that's going to be normally a player getting flushed out. Yep, and that's it. That's the end of that player, and that's it for 46 Loot as they get eliminated. That rotation leaves me wondering, what was the game plan?
Yeah.
Because right now, I do not know. I do not have the answer.
I said they wanted to go for the center. Obviously, said they didn't really know where they wanted to go. They didn't have information.
We're going to go center.
Around
we won't go.
Yeah.
Kind.
Yeah. Man, and that's not really how they wanted to end the day. 0 points in this final game, and I put it could be that little bit of hesitation and that bit of kind of lack of confidence thrown into their mind coming into day 2 on Sunday. Remains to be seen, though, as the gap is going to be closed in the overall standings, depending on how this game finishes, and F5R are under a little bit of pressure from that compound or from the hill that decided W17-5 have locked down.
I thought you were going to just stop at the letter F and just say F respect in the chat. I don't know. I thought we were just going to stop there right away. Would have been good. We would have to end it, but that was also a really good nade. 0-4. Nice execution. W7. How are they going to pull this one off? Seemed like that nade allows them to go for a little bit of a wider rotate. M0 really wants to get that off angle, but those nades are just not quite able to connect, and they're just going to be peeking, getting some extra information with the cars, peeking around just like vultures around their prey, but so far, their prey is not dead just yet, and they might just be dead themselves very soon if they're not careful. Hadji spotted away, and now the team is alert that a third party is currently underway. Yeah,
Shooting Range Hill, like I said, it's so difficult to control this area of the map, especially more on the southeastern side of Shooting Range, because not only is there nearly always a more highly elevated position, you don't really get full information on where teams are until at times it can be too late, right? Especially when you have multiple teams in that area. I do appreciate how W17-5 are trying to control it and trying to be proactive. They just got to be careful not to overstep their mark, especially because they don't need to move from where they are. They can wait for the next circle to pop up.
Man, that spray control from M7MD is really good, and the players just get a knock eventually, so that's not going to be for them, but look at that. I wish I could spray like that. I really do, but man, with the gyro active, I'm pretty sure at least he's using the gyro. Like, that's some really impressive stuff. Though, big circle shift here. I'm hoping Occupy can get back as, like, what, a 4-man crew. They're currently playing a 2-2. You could even say a 2-1-1. So I hope they can try and get back a little bit towards the northern side of that crate. And then they should be good to go. Currently, this mountain, there's not an insane amount of angles. Like, I'm expecting we're going to lose quite a few players in this next shift, especially in the west, because a lot of them are going to get gate-kept, and especially looking at 66 Esport, they are the team that are going to try and gatekeep a lot of these teams, in particular Secret Esport.
W17-5 repositioned into arguably one of the best spots down on the south edge of the circle. They will continue to be aware of the fact that there's a couple of teams on the south of where they are.
X5.
X5 being one of them who are trying to breach towards that side, and Syrian Tiger forces. They're outside this current circle. They've Occupy in front of them, and they're running out of time to do something about it.
Yeah, they need to make a decision here very soon. But X5 got to be careful. Don't want to get too close to W7. Oh, it could be a bit tricky as ASSK is not going to be able to go any further in this game. The adventure ends in 13th. But I think the adventure is going to end for a few other players. One of the players of Virus hits 600 damage landmark and maybe looking for a 1000 damage game. We'll have to see, but Virus are very spread. Venom is surrounded by players while Hamak is on to the western edge. Clear to say Virus are not in a game-winning position currently, Imperium.
Secret Esports need to move in through the side of 66 on that western edge, and you said 66 could gatekeep them. They're only going to do it if they have the right spread, and W7 Team 5 get another elimination point, like I said, in one of the best position inside this circle. Flamingos coming in once again a little bit blindly. They do suffer a knock. The revive should come through. They have a little bit more time to deal with as phase 4 blue zone starts to close in. On a side note, Time at Egypt have stayed in the compound for the whole time. They haven't moved up onto the edge of the hill. They haven't looked to get involved in these fights. That could go against them.
Could be a bit tricky. We'll have to see if that's really going to go against them in the long run. That nade looks good. Question mark. Oh, does actually get some really good damage. Almost a knock. So, I mean, the first one was good. Throw the second. Might just get himself a double elim for that one. Have to see. No looksies. Well, the nade explodes. Did it get a knock? No, didn't quite show up in the elimination feed, unfortunately enough. But good try. Good try from 66 Esports. As only down to 2. Pi is there, backing him up towards the more underground section of the map for shelter. For shooting range. W7 Imperium currently in a really good spot. If they can clear all the south, I think they might be in like the game-winning position here.
I say Middle East Assassins are in arguably the best game-winning position. They do send Rhino a little bit more north. They have to be careful. The Assyrian Tiger forces to the north of them on the precipice of Severny. Blue Zone is continuing to close in. We're soon to get phase 5 circled, and teams in the center are not looking too good. Occupy lose another player, and F5R pushing in onto Flamingos.
Flamingos up there here is going to be F5R. Can they win themselves the fight? It seems like things are going extremely well. As Graham also reached the 600 damage landmark. F5R looking extremely good. Virus, though, I am surprised that Hamax and Venom were able to actually regroup together in the southern edge of the circle. I did not expect that to happen, but Zora's got to be a little bit careful to not get too lost on the southern edge. Got 2 players that I think they're unaware. Like, he's not looking in their direction whatsoever. So Zora might have a little bit of an unlucky surprise later on down the line.
That Church has 1 player left up at bot. In northern, just about edge of the circle. It did shift down south on phase 5, by the way, so it's great once again for Time at Egypt. But again, if they're going to stay inside that compound, it's going to be harder for them to really control towards the very late game. And Middle East Assassins are looking to take advantage of that by sending Savage forward.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at least currently, you know that you're part of the only few teams over to the eastern side. If you breach it, there's a very slim chance that you're actually going to get third party. If your scouting was done effectively, which I expect they have, you can just full send it on that position and you should be okay. There you go, he gets robbed. Okay.
Okay.
Well, it worked out. I can't argue with that one. I did not expect him to get 2 limbs for that one, but he got himself 2. Nicely done. And F5R are clearing the south, and they're going to be the only ones up there. So,
wow.
Hey, there's a chance that they could be a big contender here for the chicken dinner if they can win future fights versus Secret Esports and also the side of W7.
They've certainly put themselves in the best position to do it. And they're coming into this game in 12th place on a total of 17 points. So getting a strong result, as they already have started to do, and possibly even a chicken dinner would help them coming into day 2 on Sunday, and a great way to end the day. But they still have more work to do because the likes of W7 are in around them, and it's going to be easier said than done on top of shooting range hill.
So much more to do, Imperium, to close off this game. We still have 7 players running about. Our Syrian Tiger forces, do you have to say, did come into this game as a 3-man team. And yeah, 2 eliminations. Still in this game. No one died. They're all up north. North is pretty much clear, but the main issue, Imperium, they're going to have to go uphill depending on the circle. If it's a bad circle, I'm really skeptical if Syrian Tiger forces can actually make it any further.
we do need to make note of how open and flat this last circle is, right? So even crawling into the edge is so difficult. If you have vehicles like Secret Esports have, that's great, but even getting close to the edge, you're uncertain of everything. Look close from one team to another. Very little area to run, very little area to hide.
Maybe a good nade of the idea. A little bit too far, it seems, but the idea was there. Now his team is just going to full send it. Almost rolled him over there. That would have been a good surprise. Beto, they're going to go for a sneaky U-turn. Now the fight's happening onto the side of timeout. Middle East Assassin. We said it. This fight makes a lot of sense for them to take. It's a 4v4 breach and not an easy one. But if they use their utility properly, it could be a good call out. I'm scared for SGF. Maybe SGF want to get involved. If they want a third party this would be the perfect option to put themselves in a really, really good standing.
Especially because they're better off pushing in that direction, as it's an isolated low ground ridge, right? So taking that fight, even if they hear the shots, maybe stop and scout a little bit. Riskier, easier said than done, as they only have 2 players strong. This is great from Rhino. The proactivity is incredible. They get the shots, they get the knock, and that's it. Middle East Assassins are going to go balls to the wall. They're looking for this engagement.
Oh my word. Savage is doing so much work, and at the end, there's even a third party happening from F5R, so they also have the angle of this fight, it seems. They do get knocked away, but they get the team eliminated, and that gives them access to this building, Imperium, and now the East Kings are going to be Middle East Assassins. They still have 3 other teams over to the west. They need to make sure they can third-party this fight to make those numbers go down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I expected that from timeout, and fair play to Middle East Assassins in their own right. We're down to 4 teams. W17-5 still up as a full squad.
Still up as a full squad, but not going to be an easy fight to take for themselves. 7MD, first player a little bit too deep in the fight. It seems a little bit too centralized on the circle up north, and he gets knocked almost instantly, dropped on his knees. But the teams are trying to delay the inevitable over to the west, but they're all in their cars, and he said that cars would be the way around a finish like this. You can create your makeshift compounds, your makeshift car forts. That's really your goal. Where are they going to place them? How are they going to approach it? What's their goal? What's their objective? What is going to be the location they're aiming for? Reno gets the angle onto Strab. Strab knocked away. That's it. Siberian going to be having a rough run for their money. And I think that they are just looking for the double-digit elimination count, man. Middle East Assassin are not stopping anytime soon. The Nox is onto Damar once again. Now only one player remains on the opposing side.
You also got to think that throughout all of this, Middle East Assassins have used little to no utility in the form of smokes, right? So even if the circle shits away, they're going to have bags full of utility that they're going to be able to use to pull into the circle.
I think they used a few, but they just picked up everything that the other team that was out there picked up. So they just got everything. Yeah, timeout. They just got all their utility, so nicely done. A lot of eliminations with cars. I do think a certain player from Western Europe will be really happy about what's going on right now. But Haji trying to go potentially with a smoke road, blocking out some visibility. And that's it. Make your makeshift car forts, but the car forts are not in the circle, Imperium. So currently, Middle East Assassins still have a little bit of a priority because they are closest to the circle right now.
They have a vehicle themselves, and you can see Savage is moving up on the edge of the hill. He is going to get angled on, and he's going to get knocked by Hunter. I would have argued a pre-smoke in the direction that Savage wanted to go might have helped him stay alive for even just a little bit longer to get out of the vehicle and use it as a car fort.
Completely agree. Or they could have also just tried to send it. The moment people are shooting at you, jump out of the car and just play. That is your fort. That is your location you're playing. He tried to really send it very far forward. I think towards the tree or the rocks there that are in front of him. Didn't quite make it, but at least it gives a little bit of information over to Middle East Assassin. At least they're aware where some of the shots are coming from, so that information could be hyper valuable for them later on. Though F5R, I believe I just saw them, was like 12 eliminations with his insane.
No way.
Rostov.
No way.
He spotted him out, but that triggered discipline. I respect it. Pops the car instantly. 3 of them up to 9. Bazoro's still up there, and he makes it to the smoke, and he gets it to the car of his fallen teammate earlier, I believe. He's a little bit further up. And that would be a great position to play from. Oh, he spotted away, though. Can he make it so far? He has no idea the rest of the team was there. It was just a knock, not a flush. And now it's down to a solo for the side. Actually, a duo still for the side of Middle East Assassin. Youssef and Reno, the deadly duo of Bootcamp Imperium, are here to shine.
Final player of F5R. He's still alive. He's on the high ground of the hill. He might have a couple of free pickings onto both of these teams.
Oh, he gets into the circle, dodges the last blue tick, but it's Reno that's there to show up once more. Now it's the 2v2 Imperium. Middle East Assassins. Good last Sanok game on the boot camp. Can they close off with a chicken din on game 5 on Erangel? Anytime will tell. But W7 also need himself a good game if they want to be back in a good standings. Both of these teams really need a chicken dinner to close off day 1 in a good way. Malik there with the Groza. Good push here with the Silencer 2. Stay on the front line, but his teammate, the off angles are too good, and now only Hunter stands strong. He's in the blue zone, kicking on down with the UMP. One bullet, can he hit it? He does not. Middle East Assassins will be standing until the very end and will be securing the 5th and last chicken dinner of day 1 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region.
Took advantage of a fantastic engagement onto timeout Egypt off the back of timeout being a little bit passive. They used that ridge side in the best way. Tiny mistake from Savage, but in the end they did exactly what they needed to do. The shooting range hill is so difficult, and the likes of W7 Team 5 deserve a lot of respect, as well as F5R for what they did on the kind of higher ground of the hillside. Very entertaining game to end the day, and a much needed result like we've talked about from Middle East Assassins. They were coming into this game, Max, in 14th place of a total of 15 points. So that's like double the points, I believe, in one game from them. Incredible.
And you mentioned how valuable their compound on the east was, right? And I think they maneuvered their way around the eastern side so well. That push onto one of the teams over there that they actually were able to win for themselves was actually super valuable. It was on the side of Timeout Egypt. And winning that fight in particular was great. Sure, there was a little bit of a third party happening from some of the teams that were down south or to the west. But the moment you clear that position, you're in a safe spot. And all the teams are going to have to fight to get in that terrain. And as you said, it's to get a lot of information on what currently is happening in that case. So I think they played it not flawlessly, but it was as close to perfect as you could potentially get in PUBG Mobile. And I think the Middle East Assassin, if they can keep on track like this and get some similar results, or at least get themselves some good podium finishes like this in day 2, hey, PMNC maybe not too far out of the question for them.
Similar to Middle East Assassins, like I highlighted F5R, they were coming into this game at 17 points, and a little bit of a shout out to Syrian Tiger Forces. Their rotations weren't exactly the cleanest, but they survived as a 3-person team off the back of losing a player earlier on, and considering where they were coming into this final game, again, it was a positive result to end the day.
Very positive result indeed. But you know what? With that said, we're going to head on over to a break. And after this, we're going to be looking at the raw rankings to see exactly where the teams stand before heading into day 2 this Sunday. Stick around for that.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back with the upper moments here after a great Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, things have been able to heat up for a lot of these teams. And I gotta say, Imperium, I'm expecting a lot more going into day 2 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. And I gotta say, if there's a good way to end it off, Imperium, and to cut off day 1, it is with a chicken dinner, and Middle East Assassins did just that.
It may have taken them 5 games, but they got there in the end, and it was once again nice to see a couple of teams down in the bottom pick themselves up some much needed points coming into Sunday's day 2. You could say that the copium is still there, right, for these teams, and look, the good thing is that they're gonna have a couple of days to really bother you to prepare for day 2, right, compared to other regions. Without a shadow of a doubt, the hard work is still to come, and that Game 5 was very, very good to see. That shooting range he'll finish is hard, challenging, and it's not often played.
Yeah, I'm actually really intrigued to see if a 46 potentially lost a little bit of their lead in that first place in the overall rankings. But right now, we're going to look at the game rankings. We'll get to the overall rankings a little bit later on down the line. There we go. See how the first page is currently looking like and what are the rankings like right now. 27 points for Middle East Assassin. With, as you mentioned, Imperium at the start of the game, East, and they played around that extremely well.
Yeah, it was just executed fantastically, and even the top 3 teams, right?
Yeah.
F5R with 12 eliminations, W7 with 8. That's 32 eliminations between the top 3. Over half of the lobby are between the top 3 teams. Fully deserved, and Secret Esports in their own right, playing in from the West. You questioned, and justifiably, I was the same, why they moved away from Q Compound onto North George, right? Yeah. Maybe they weren't happy with loot. Maybe that I noticed in Game 1 they were looting North George as well, by the way, so maybe their pathing felt more familiar to them from that North George. They still made it work, only 2 placement points, but those 8 elimination points, they fought their way as heavy as they could.
Yeah, and they were very focused around placement points before this game, right, Imperium? Like, placement points where they would get a really big amount of their points.
Yep.
I think, wasn't it like a 2-to-1 ratio, I believe I said earlier?
Near enough.
So this is like giving us a little bit of hope, like, oh, they can actually like take fights, that's good, that's a good precedent before heading into day 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. So really pumped with them being able to do it. Seen a lot of life from Virus at the end. I would still have to say not enough in my regard was what we saw at the start of the day. I think it's a little bit of a rough finish from Virus Esports, but though some teams have had even worse in this 5th game, and we're going to see on the second page what's been really happening for some of the squads. And Flamingo is down there once again. Imperium did not able to get too many. Of those extra points in this game.
46 loot, 0 points. ASSK in second, who were in second place overall, coming into this game with only 1 point, so they couldn't take advantage of 46 loot 0 point game. 4 out as well, only picked up 2 points. The biggest benefactors when we look at the overall standings from that previous game was Secret Esports, so arguably they probably jumped themselves up to second place. So yeah, not a bad way, not a good way to end the day for the teams I just mentioned in the form 46 loot, ASSK, and 4 out.
Yeah, 46 loot might not have an easy day 2, unfortunately. Not going to be an easy run of things, but we'll have to see. Though Imperium is starting to check out the MVP of this last game. Would expect it to be a player from Middle East Assassins. It would make a lot of sense, but it might be another player for the MVP position. We'll have to wait and see, as it's going to be popping up at 3, 2, 1, and here it is. And it is, in fact, not going to be a Middle East Assassin. It is going to be W17 5 Hunter with those 836 damage and 3 eliminations.
I was thinking, yeah, Middle East Assassins player, W17-5 or F5S, right? So Hunter stepped up in a good way. 25 minutes, over 800 damage, only 3 eliminations, but again, the whole team put a lot of work in play.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort for W17-5 to make it that far into the game. It's not just like 1 or 2 players popping the hell off and like doing great. It is a team-wide effort to control a high ground position next to shooting range like that, while you have, 4 or 5 teams pushing in your overall vicinity. That is not an easy task at hand. You need some strong synergy, you need some strong team play, and some strong individual performances. I think the W7 had everything until the unfortunate circle rotation to the east, where things really got complicated on their side. But still, W7 can be really proud on that finish. They will not be in the race for that top 3. We'll have to see, actually. We're going to check out the overall rankings right now, and as I said, I think the W7 are not close to it, but there's a chance that they can make it up there later on. And now we're on starting on second page, so we don't know who's top 3 right now.
Wow, that's good. And what we can see is that even though Syrian Tiger forces are still in the bottom of the standings, considering where they lied coming into this game, they're very close, right? Only 10 points divide them and like, let's say 10th place in Let's Rush. Obviously, Middle East Assassins are on that front page, so that's good to see them jump up. 66 Esports, what a fall from grace, right? From the first game of the day. They haven't adapted, Max.
Yeah, it's been a really tough one. I'm looking at Flamingo too. Like, out of those 19 placement points, they got 15 in one single chicken. And like, that's a tough position to be. So hopefully we can see a few little changes here on the leaderboard. But now looking on the first page and seeing how good the top teams have been able to be so far this tournament. 46 Loot still on the 71-point margin. And the gap hasn't been close despite the 0 points. Like, that's how good their gap was, Imperium. They are still, by a significant amount, in first place above Secret Esport, and W7 Team 5 actually being in top 3. I did not expect it, but they actually made it happen. Was that perfect split of 25 elims and 25 placement points.
Indeed, 15 points, 46 Loot still have over second place alone coming into day number 2, so it's still a relatively solid cushion for them to lie on. You can say they might sleep soundly off the back of it, but look how close it is for second place downwards. 56 for Secret Esports, 42 for Middle East Assassins in 7th place. That's only 14 points, and once again, the top 3 teams only move on to the PMNC 2022, so the door is wide open coming into day number 2.
It does feel like this is a lot closer on the first page compared to what we saw in I was going to say PMNC, you were skipping a mark there, for Snapdragon Pro Series for the European region. This does seem a lot closer. So literally one good game, one chicken dinner. Sure, you might not catch up to like 46 Salute, because these guys are popping off right now. You might catch up to top 3. You might catch up to W17. You might catch up to also some other squads up there, which is your intent, is to try and get yourself in top 3 to qualify for PMNC later on in the year. So I'm impressed, and I think that, like, we didn't come up with low expectations this time, but they did definitely show up big time. But I do hear my headset right now that we are getting ready for another interview. I said another interview. It's a continuation of the same interview of earlier, because you got yourself another player. Well, another player. It's the same player. It's Hazem back at it once again. Hazem, how are you doing after today? You guys had a fantastic day 1. Congrats.
Thank you. And hello again, guys. Is my mic okay this time?
Your mic is perfect this time. Oh man, the Chris boys, we love to hear it. But I want to hear, how are you and the team feeling after today? Because you guys popped off. You guys got an amazing day 1. And I feel like you guys must be feeling really hyped after this.
Yeah, we play good, but it's not good enough. Like, this is not our perfect performance. You know, like, we had more. We will do better next time.
That's understandable. That's understandable, because when I saw the final game and that rotation that you made where you ended up going down, I'm kind of curious, why did you make that rotation? What was going through your mind when you made that kind of rotation?
It's not a rotation. We rotation at the beginning. We go and take this position, position. But we had we lost like a fight. We lost 2 of our members. So we are 2v4. They will gonna push. So we have to retreat, but not a good retreat.
Didn't quite work out, unfortunately enough. But you know what? Hey, you still got yourself that big chicken dinner today, so that's great. Hopefully you can expect another one for day 2. But now, okay, you guys, as you already said, you had a great day 1. After playing with this lobby, after getting used to how the adaptations came through, how are you feeling going into day 2 with, like, your performance so far? Do you think you can do better, as you said, or do you think the competition is still very tough at the top?
Yeah. We like, for us, we are not first. We are not first. for us to be first is like to be like 30 or 40 point different between us and second place. So in the second day we're gonna play like it's a new day, you know what I mean? Like it's the it's the first day of the tournament. So to forget that we are the first, what I mean, to play.
I totally understand that, because we've seen it in many other tournaments, right, where a team looks comfortable and then their performance slips in some way and they go downhill. You have a couple of days though before day number 2, so what is going to be the team's preparation in between day 1 and day 2? Is there specifics you and the team are going to focus on improving with?
Actually, we are gonna take a break today. The training will start from tomorrow.
Good.
We have many events and many tournaments. We're gonna play it and train in it. We're gonna see the stream of the day. We're gonna how teams move, how team rotation, how team hold position, and this stuff. That's it.
Perfect.
And we're gonna be ready for the second
some
day.
good old VOD review. You need it. Yeah. That's going to be able to prepare for day 2. But we already allowed you to do a shout out to the fans and, you know, say what you wanted to your boys that have been supporting you. I wanted to ask you, do you have anyone you would like to shout out here, Hazem, before we do end the broadcast?
Yeah, I think, yeah. I have like 2 of my friends. I wanna mention them in the comments, like Mai and Banda and Arthur. Hello guys, and thank you guys for supporting us, and thanks everyone who support 46 Loot. I'm not a good speaker, guys.
Hey, you're doing fantastic.
I don't know what to say.
You're doing fantastic. Hey, the most important is you do good in game, and you're definitely doing that, so don't worry too much about it. But Hazem, thank you so much for joining us on the interview once again. It's great to have you with a good mic this time around, and we wish you best of luck going into the second day of play.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Look, I love the answers he gave us, right? He's like, we don't feel like we're in first place. We're going to keep pushing forward. Love that kind of mentality. But Imperium at the end of the day, 46 Loot are in first place. Really? For real? No, it's just not just a statement. It's not just his mentality. Like, they are actually really in first place currently. And I'm wondering if they can hold on to that one. But seeing that mentality and the way they're going to go back to the drawing board heading into day 2, I think they got this one in the bag.
I do. Anything can happen, because as much as they're going to prepare, as much as they're going to take that time to get better for day 2, so are the other teams, and they technically have a bigger target on their backs, right? Yeah, okay, the teams who are in 7th and 8th, you know, making it into the top 5 might be their first goal. However, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. Right now, 46 Loot are the best in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely the best in the lobby, and we'll see if anyone can try and contest their first place at the very end of day 2 here for Snapdragon Tournament. And of course, you know, don't forget Snapdragon Tournament. So that means it's brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They've been taking here some really good steps forward to help out all of these players to potentially begin their career in PUBG Mobile Esports. And you never know, that 46 Loot chicken dinner wouldn't have happened without Snapdragon. It wouldn't have happened at all without Snapdragon Elite Gaming. But with that said, Imperium, that is going to be it for us today. Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen, for checking out the broadcast. As always, really appreciate you coming around and having some do though for the Snapdragon Pro Series is going to be just around the corner. It's happening this Sunday. It's going to be on June 19th at 18. So that's going to be 6 p.m. CEST. Be there, Beat Square. With that said, myself and Imperium will see you out, and we'll catch you on Sunday.
map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't wanna with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't wanna with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love,